friends? Welcome back. Welcome back. It's author Joe Holt. Man, am I excited. We've been working on this one for months, folks. This is Fireside Chats. It's a live podcast I do with other D-Live streamers so you can get to know them on a more personal level, but also maybe learn a little something about streaming yourself. So without further ado, today's special guest, Fat-Headed Noob. Aloha, brother.
How's it going?
Oh, man. I'm excited. I gotta be honest. All my guests special to me, but you, sir, I could hardly sleep last night. That's how excited I was to have you on today.
Yeah, I had to partake in a few adult beverages to get me to sleep last night. I'll tell you.
Well, I didn't have to, but I did.
Yeah.
So, man, there's so many things to say, but we're gonna start at the beginning. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I am that excited. First question I always ask my guests: your name, Fat-Headed Noob. When I first heard it, I didn't even want to say it. I felt bad saying it. So I don't know. I've grown to love the name now because it's you, right? But
Yeah,
how did
of
you
course.
choose that moniker? Like, what was the thought process behind that?
Okay. Well, pretty much. I did have a serious name. I did have another handle before Fat-Headed Noob. It was Diligent, but spelt wrong. So it had two L's in there just to play on the word diligent because it's not showing due diligence in the
Right?
name.
Indeed.
But I thought that's a bit too serious for the type of streamer I am. I'm more of a, family guy, have a bit of fun type thing. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do now? And one of my friends said to me, they said, "Oh, you've got a fat head." I was like, that's a bit harsh. I was like, it's funny. So I'm going to take that one. And everyone always calls me a noob at games because I die a lot. So I was like, why not let's put them both together? Fat-Headed Noob. And there you go. Fat-Headed Noob was born. I also used to watch a streamer who had a joke kind of name, like a funny kind of name. And that's what first got me to watch them. So I was like, well, I want to attack people like that. So I'm going to, again, use Fat-Headed Noob. I think that's a good thing to have together. And so that's how a Fat-Headed Noob was born. I got rid of the Diligence and became Fat-Headed Noob for the last 3 years, I think.
Okay. So just so everybody knows, if they call you Fat-Headed Noob, it's not derogatory in this particular sense.
No, not at all. I'm all about, the positivity and having fun. So I think if you can go into a stream and just have a bit of a joke with the streamer, I think that is the type of like whole channel that I want to breed type thing.
Sure.
So when they come in and they can like have a bit of a laugh and a joke with you, I find it makes people feel a bit more relaxed in themselves to actually speak to you on any kind of basis.
Hmm.
So I think that humor, hence the name, is a very important thing to start a conversation, let alone be comfortable with the conversation.
Sure. Okay, and so now the second question I always ask, and it's a two-part question. When
Yeah.
did you start streaming? But also, and maybe first, what got you to start streaming?
What got me to start streaming? Well, basically, I moved to Canada from England, and when I got to Canada, I pretty much knew nobody. So online is where you make friends, but you don't make the right type of friends, right? Most of the time. And I was like, well, watching YouTube and watching how things go, and I saw like Twitch fails, and I was like, what's this? So then I go and check out Twitch, and it's like, oh, hang on, this is pretty cool. You get to talk to people and you get to play games at the same time. I like playing games. I like talking to people. Let's see what else is out there. But I didn't want to start a Twitch. So I was like, okay, is there any alternatives like that? Because I always search for alternatives. That's just what I like to do. So then I found a place called Hitbox. Excuse me. And then at Hitbox, it's like the traffic seemed good, but it seemed like you could also get seen, and that's what I liked. So I was like, okay, let's try this place. So I tried it out for a bit, and of course that was my first streaming platform. Started out with no cam, headset mic, and playing Dota 2.
It was called
The
it was called what again?
Hitbox.
Hitbox. And when was this?
This was, when did I even start streaming?
I don't
5
know.
years ago.
That's why I'm asking. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
I was like, when did it start? No, it's because it just rolls into one, right? I think it's about
Yeah,
5
yeah.
years ago I actually started streaming.
Hitbox. Wow. Okay, because that's
Yeah,
the first time I've heard that platform. So you started
yeah,
with basically beginner's equipment. Had no.
yep.
Did you know how to stream? Like, Did you learn
I
the
had
hard
no
way?
idea.
Because
I had no idea.
5 years ago, was streaming as big as it is now?
Oh no, by far no.
Mm.
Basically, it's like I went and found tutorials about how to do OBS and how to work OBS and things like that. But the thing is, for my real life job, I'm an IT tech, so it kind of became a bit more easier for me. I would assume. So what I did, I got OBS, looked at tutorials, and then I actually spoke to people. It's like I went to people's chat. How do you get this to look like this? How do you get this to look like this? And then I find learning by yourself is a lot better than learning from like direct instructions, if that makes sense.
Mm. So you're
I'm a bit
more of
animated with my hands, sorry.
a hands-on learner?
Yeah, that's how I learn pretty much anything. Because I do music and things as well, and that's how I've always learned how to do that. My first instrument was a guitar, and then instead of like going and getting a music teacher who's going to teach you their way of doing things, I don't like doing what other people do. I like doing what I want to do.
Sure.
So I'm kind of like, okay. And then I found that was better for them. So when it comes to streaming or anything else, I like to learn my way. It may be slower, but it helps me remember how to do it and what not to do, because you've already failed in that part. For
Mm.
instance, leaving yourself on mute when you're talking and things like that. You're like, oh no. So
For sure.
but
So your first platform was, hold on, I've got
Hitbox.
this right. Right. I just want to make sure I'm saying the right word. Was Hitbox. When did you switch to a new platform, and which platform did you switch to?
So I was on there for a bit, and like I was a member of a team and things, so I kind of built up quite well. Met one of my friends who I'm still friends with now, Bob, and he was like, I stream on Twitch. You ought to come and try it there. And I was like, I don't know. I looked at that and it looked like the numbers was too much and they wanted too much from you, so it made
Mm.
me feel uncomfortable. And then a few other of my friends online decided to go there. So I was like, okay, well, I've got kind of like a team with me, so we can go there. And so, went to Twitch, um, tried there for a while. It was okay. I didn't feel comfortable. Didn't feel like home still. That's the quest. What you're always trying to do when you stream, right? You're trying to find home. Um,
Right.
and Twitch just didn't feel like home either. So after a couple of months of being there, I went to Beam, which is now a Mixer.
I was gonna
And
say I don't think I'd heard of Beam either. So Beam
no,
became Mixer. Okay.
yes.
So
A Beam was thought of by a 17-year-old, so it's like a great idea. It's like, okay, they're kind of in with the in crowd because they're younger,
sure.
and they had such a low delay, and that was such a a big thing for me to be interactive with my streams. So I went there for a bit, and then that's pretty much it. Basically, bounced from Mixer to Twitch over the next couple of years or so, including actually taking time out for myself. I just didn't feel good streaming. Nothing felt like home. Didn't feel comfortable, so I just left.
Mm.
And then I went back to Twitch for a bit. Had my arm twisted a few times. Come and try D Live. I already been a viewer on D Live because I used to watch Tidy a lot, and I saw these alerts pop up. I was like, "What are these alerts? What is that place?" And then I started becoming a viewer over here when
Mm.
this was on Steam. Checking out what's going on here. I was like, "Oh, this is an interesting concept." And then eventually, by the end of the year, I did my first stream over on D Live and never looked back.
Mm.
Never looked back. It felt like everything felt so much relaxed, comfortable, and I just never wanted to be anywhere else. It's like, this is where I belong, you know.
So you joined D Live when?
I officially joined D Live. It'd probably be around about November. Yeah, about November as a viewer, but I didn't stream until January.
Of
Yeah,
2019.
January. Yeah, January 2019. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Just making sure. So this is something I've never been able to ask a guest yet. When did D Live start? Like on Steam it and everything. When was the beginning of D Live? Do you know?
I don't know when it officially started on Steam. I'll be honest, because once it moved to Lino, I was like, I don't really need to know that
Mm.
part of it. That
Okay.
part's gone. It's in the past. I don't need to know that.
Sure.
And obviously, it was on the Lino blockchain. Best thing to say is like the end of December, end of September.
September 2018, they switched to Lino.
Yes, it was like the very end, wasn't it, of September.
Okay.
Then it become Lino, which, as we know, stands for live stream now. So that was born, and I started learning a lot more about DLive just because of how it was come about and how it was based on like a blockchain. I was like, that's a really interesting concept, and nobody else is doing it. I want a piece of that. So, like I said to you earlier on, it's like I'm always searching for some alternative. This was a perfect alternative for me. I'd looked into like Bitcoin and things like that before, but when something that you love joins something else that you're really inquisitive about, it kind of like makes you just want to go, yes, I want to be here. This is where I want to be. You know.
For sure. So wait, you said Lino actually means something?
Yes, it stands for live stream now.
Wow. Live stream. Lino means live stream now.
Yes,
And it's spelled Lino.
yes.
Now, question, because I say Lino, I've heard Lino, I've heard Lino. Is that just based on where people are in the world, or is there a proper way to say it?
Um, I mean, it's supposed to be Lino,
Hmm.
but if you say as the words that are built on, it's Lino. So there's not really a wrong way of saying it, so to speak. But there is, obviously, if you say something totally different, like I don't know, Lino or something like that, obviously it's not going to be right. But yeah, I
Right.
think Lino or Lino are perfectly acceptable.
Sure, sure. So that's amazing. Like of all my guests, none of them have had such a interesting streaming past. I mean, you start on Hitbox, you go to
Yep.
Twitch, you end up on Beam, it turns into Mixer, you go back to Twitch, then you find D Live on Steam it, then D Live turns into Lino. I mean, you've like the only thing you haven't done yet is YouTube and Facebook live stream.
Actually, I did
Actually,
do a little bit of YouTube only for
oh,
VODs, not for live streaming.
okay, okay. So you're on YouTube as well.
Yep.
Okay. And I know that you do here on D Live. I've seen you do regular panels, right? Like podcast type interviews, but with multiple guests. How
Yep.
did that start? I mean, have you always done that,
Um,
or is that a D Live thing?
no, it's exclusively started on DLive. Basically, what it was is like I saw a lot of confusion from people about how DLive worked,
Mm-hmm.
and no matter how many times it gets typed to someone, for some reason it wasn't sinking in. Perhaps it was the way it was explained. And sometimes when something's explained in certain ways, it doesn't sit well with people. They don't quite get how it works together. So I was like, okay, I would like to explain in the easiest terms for everybody to be able to understand. How the platform works, for instance, or how live streaming works, how things have worked out for me, and things like that. So I was like, okay, how am I going to do this? It's like, well, if I just sit there on my own and without anyone else's opinion, that is going to basically be stuck again because there's not going to be multiple explanations of how to do something.
Sure.
So then I was like, okay, I'm going to have different guests. It just worked out that the first two guests I had on, I really liked the way that things worked. So I kept those people on. And then um, over the last couple of months, it evolved into me and different guests every week,
Mm.
or even just me on my own sometimes, because it's kind of like built the footprint, so I know what I wanted it to be. But instead of just having the three of us, where it's always the same three opinions, I was like, okay, we want to hear from everybody on the platform. We want to give everybody a chance because D Live is all about keeping your voice, and I wanted to use my panel to give everybody a voice. If they don't like something, if they want something explained in a different way, if they love something, I want to hear their voices. So
Hmm.
this is why I do the panel. This is why we talk about the things that we do. This ranges from anything from D-Live to mental health awareness. So it goes from even like silly conversations to really deep conversations, all depending on how my guests, my chat, my family feels that they want to be, what they want to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's actually you and I in that regard are very similar because the reason I started streaming on D Live was to be able to interact more with the audience and love on people, right? Help people.
Yeah.
Because streaming is a challenging thing to start if you have no idea how. But also, like you said, with the mental health awareness, a lot of us streamers have mental health issues, mostly depression and social anxiety. And that's come up with 3 dozen of these interviews I've done now. That's come up a lot, like most of
Yeah.
them. So, and even last night we had a fireside chat with Rowdy Souls, right? Four-piece band, and all four of them actually spoke on it, the same way. So it's really important, I think, folks like yourself, Fat-Headed Noob, myself, author Joe Holt, like we're trying to bring, or even D Live, right? We just had a community event on D Live specifically for mental health awareness,
Yep.
right? So it's incredibly important to talk about, but it's also like for new streamers, we could talk about this. It's very important when you're streaming that you understand there are people all over the world listening to you. Some of them are having really great day and some of them are having the worst day of their life, right? So it's important to keep some sort of understanding in your head that what you say really matters and really affects
Yeah.
people, and try to keep it positive. Like
Yeah.
for you,
Yeah.
you've been streaming for at least 5 years now. Have you found yourself changing, like in terms of how you stream and what you say and how you approach the audience?
Well, I've always prided myself in being myself. It's something that I had to learn dealing with things as I grew up. So when I started streaming, I was already at that place where I knew how to be me, if that makes sense. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want anyone else to start liking, start following, or anything like that. A person that isn't me. I've always found that hiding is like one of the worst things that you can do. So when I started streaming, I was like, okay, just be me. I'm a variety streamer. I'll always be a variety streamer. Is it difficult? Sure, but it's something that I like to do. And anyone that watches me will always know that it's going to be something variety, you know, type thing, and they'll always get the real me. Like I'll never go, oh, it's okay, I don't need this, blah 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 blah. I'll always be like, no, I need you people. I need you as my family, etc. Things like that. I'll always be the real me. You'll never find anything fake here, and that's why I wanted to push across in my streams. It's like I always get that question asked from people: how do you get followers? I dare say you've had it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And the perfect thing to be like is be yourself. Be yourself and make friends. That's the best, in my opinion, the best advice you can ever give anybody trying to make a stream. How do I know that? Because that's how I've got to where I am. Just be yourself, make friends, and then just go ahead. Don't try and force anything. I want to be partner, so let's grind to be partner. That's not me. That is not me. I try to be a nice, relaxed, helpful, friendly atmosphere, and that's me as a person. Like in real life, I'm not just like one of the people who ignores people in the streets, for instance. There's where I used to go back in England. We used to go to a rock club, for instance, and there used to be some vagabonds. Like, oh, have you got money for a drink? I'd always do my best to help them. Why not? You know what I mean?
Sure.
You go and help people, and I'm a strong believer in karma. You help people, and it'll come back on you. Do I expect it? No. Is it nice when it happens? Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say, oh no, I hate donations or anything like that. I mean, nobody does. Do I expect them? No. And that's just it. Just always be me, and that's what I always try and push in all of my streams. You know what I mean? I'll never be like a BR person because I don't play BR games day in day out. I'll
Mm-hmm.
never be that person. I'll never be a musician day in day. Well, I am, but I never be a musician day in day out on stream because that's me pushing something that I don't want to be seen as. I want to be seen as me, just open and just naked for the people to see. Not in real sense, though.
Oh, I was
Obviously, I'll be
like, you
naked on
better put
stream.
that X tag on, buddy.
That'd be the wrong site, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
So what about now? That's about you as a creator, right, and your persona. But what about you've become uh, the like one of the faces of D Live. Let's be honest, right? Like a lot of the people in chat already know this, but you are a D Live staff member, correct?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
is that a paid position?
The one that I'm in, yes, it's a paid position. Yeah.
Okay, because there are D Live. This is the first platform that has what they call guardians, which are
Yeah.
volunteers that help, right, with the day to day activities of the site, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the difference between a guardian and what you do?
Okay. Well, I can answer that one because I was the first guardian on the platform as well, so
Oh
I can
wow,
actually answer that like through and through.
wow,
Yeah, I went from streamer to guardian and now staff member. Um, so basically, as a guardian, you obviously are someone in the community who knows it inside and out, not just the rules and regulations, but you know about the Lino blockchain, which obviously is the support system for DLive. It's what DLive is built on, the Lino system, or blockchain rather. And yeah, they need to know it all inside out, but also it's like they're like helping hands for us because we can't be everywhere. And of course, if you pay every single person and you expect the same thing from them, then it's going to take it somewhere else. So
mm,
you ask the community to help you, and then they'll go, "Yes, I'll do it." They can progress, to obviously a paid position, and even myself, it's like I like to go around and give them a guinea or give them some, just as a thank you for helping us.
mm,
They don't expect it, but the difference is like while they go around and they can like help DLive and keep an eye on things that perhaps we can't be at the same time. The differences between them and a person like me is I can enforce actions. So I can go to, say for instance, someone's stream and be like, okay, this is, you are right. This is against terms and regulations.
mm,
So we need to close it down, or we need to do this and that. But it's like I deal a lot with partnerships as well. I'm a partnership manager, and that's my position within DLive.
mm.
So if they see someone that's got an amazing potential, right? That it's their first stream, they see someone that's got some amazing potential. They'll talk to me. Guardians are like our eyes and ears of DLive. They go around and they check it all out when we can't. Um, and then we are pretty much like the physical means, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So it's like if we was a body, right? You got the guardians who are eyes and ears, and they go around and they go and check everything, make sure that everything's running the way it should. While we think about how to obviously improve DLive, improve the structure, improve no end in DLive because it's so young still,
Mhm.
but also we're there to like take action and like move things in a direction physically, if that makes sense. So yeah, the difference between a guardian and a staff member is obviously, besides paid and unpaid, is that a staff member can do things in a lot more detail and obviously knows that little bit more than a
Mm.
guardian about how to enforce certain actions or where the platform is going, things like that. There's a very big misconception actually about guardians in the fact that yeah, while they can mod your chat, that everyone thinks, oh, they're just going to go in and start modding your chat.
Mhm.
That No, that's not what guardians are there for. Guardians are there to help you be the best you. Same as staff. We're here to help you be the best you.
To
Um,
clarify though, if a guardian is in your channel and you ask
yeah,
them to help you mod your channel, they can and will, right?
they can, of
Okay.
course, yeah. And there has been occasions where a staff member's been like, "Can you keep an eye on this person for me?"
Hmm.
For instance, I've asked a guidance before. It's like, "Do you mind keeping an eye on this person? I'm going to be at work, so I can't check on it through my phone or through browser or anything like that." And that's what I'm saying. They are the eyes and ears, so they can just keep an eye on people for me. They won't be modding or anything like that, but they'll be like going, "Hey, this happened or this happened," it's just to help us and help the platform be the best it can be. In my opinion, guidance are the most underestimated tool on the whole platform.
Wow. So now I'm not a guardian. I never have been, so I've got a lot of questions. I hope you don't mind.
Yep, no
Um,
worries.
It's my understanding that there are different types of guardians. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And what
Um,
does that look like?
okay. So basically, as you see when you apply for Guardian, you've got different colors. So the different colors represent the different types of guidance that can be. So like you've got like obviously a
Oh.
success team which deal with the you've seen the quiz that you have to take
Mm-hmm.
before you do your partnership, and they welcome people onto the platform. You know, they go into people's first streams and they'll be like, "Hey, how's it going? You know, have you streamed before? Here's our welcome letter," and things like that, just to make that person, their first stream here the most memorable and special occasion of their whole D Live career or
Sure,
hobby.
sure. And it, by
And
the
then you've
way,
got
it works. That works. So
yeah.
many people that I've talked to on D Live were blown away that Charles comes in, that you come in, that the Guardians are there. People notice. So I just wanted to say that's working.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we hear so much positive feedback regarding it. It's great. And obviously, besides those type of guardians, you have a moderation team. A moderation team is more of a senior position for guardians, so it won't be for beginner
Mm,
guardians.
okay.
Not saying that they can't get straight in at it. It's just that we want someone that's dealt with the position for a while because it's not an easy position. Unfortunately, there are some circumstances that and situations that you get yourselves into, and it's not an easy one to deal with.
Mm,
Um, so, like those moderation teams, they deal with that nitty gritty stuff. They deal with because they've got more senior experience,
sure.
so they can go in and they know how to appropriately deal with it, or whether to raise it to people like myself, or Cheech or Tidy, other community staff members. Um, so then you've got that one. You have the events team. They help organize and run, events like the PUBG mobile tournaments and things like that. Yeah. So like we've got like a few different sections of different people, and they're all managed by a different team member. Team member. For instance, I was in charge of the moderation team. So like they would always come to me for the something difficult's gone on. They don't know quite the answer, which barely ever happened, and they'll come to me and go, "What do we do? What do we do in this situation?" When that happens, it's not. It's like when they ask me how to do things, I'm kind of like, "Wow, this is going to be one of those days," right? You know? Because that any guardian, especially the moderation team, they know the ins and outs, they know the rules, they know what's good, they know what's not good. So yeah, there is different teams. Will it always be different teams? I don't know. Everything evolves in a different way, but it'll always evolve for the better.
Yeah, and that's something I'm glad that you and I could talk about. I've been on D Live since January of 2019,
Yeah,
and even in that amount of time, little 6, 7 months or so, I've seen D Live change dramatically. Right, the interface, the way the chat works, the way that just all of it. I've seen changes with Lino. I've seen changes with the requirements for partner and verified, right? Global partner. You've added affiliate. Is that right? The right
yep,
name?
yep, yeah,
And
yeah,
actually, I remember messaging you about that a couple months ago, saying, "Hey, it feels like there needs to be another category somewhere." And I was thinking between verified partner and global partner, but I like what you guys did, putting one affiliate and then just
yeah.
changing the requirements for verified partner and global partner.
Yeah. That's one of the most difficult things of my job actually. When somebody tells me or asks me something and I know it's going to happen and I can't tell them,
Uh-huh.
I hate it when that happens. I'm like, oh, if I could just tell you right now, you'd know. And then
See,
people get really worried. I'm like, I can't say anything.
I'm not good at keeping secrets, so your congratulations on doing that. So actually, it's you and I have a bit of history. Since I've been on the platform, you've been very, very helpful to me personally. You actually approved my verified partner, which meant a lot to me. So thank you, for being involved. Um, but it's been fun to see D Live change and grow, and
Yeah.
I think there is a contingency of streamers on D Live that every time something's changed, they tend to freak out, right? And
Yeah.
they're scared of change. Uh, I just want to say out loud, D Live is on testnet. D Live is a new thing, right? It's gonna grow. It's gonna change. So
Yeah.
my question to you is, do you see D Live kind of solidifying in terms of how it looks, how it operates in any time in the near future, or do you think we're going to be in this, development stage for a while?
Um, from my personal opinion, I
Sure,
think
sure.
it's going to take a while. Because you look at any other platform, Justin TV, which is now Twitch, Beam, which is now Mixer. Just the evolve from their name change and how they operate. How long's Twitch been around? How long's Beam, Mixer been around? They've been around for quite some time, and they're still evolving. So there's no reason why we won't always be evolving. You see, the
Sure,
good
sure.
thing, the good thing about D Live is that it's community owned. It's the only community owned platform for live streaming. It's the only one. Um, so like if we're making it so we always listen to you. So when we release something and it's not quite what you like, even though it may not seem like it, we are listening to your feedback. We are listening to both the negative and the positive because we want to make it the best experience for you. So regarding testnet, I don't think it'll be overly too long. I mean, I've heard figures from people saying like 3 years and stuff like that. I'm like, no, I don't think it's going to be that long. And the reason is, you think about how much it's changed in just a short time it's been up. It's not even been around a year, and the amount of things that have changed in the platform, even the going to the chest, that's changed from one thing to another. Why did it change? Because people were exploiting the first one. So then we changed, but we didn't take it away. Normally, when someone exploits something, you take it away and you go, right, that's it. You've had your chance, no
Mm.
more. But we was like, no, we still want to remain that platform that can reward its viewers, and that gives the streamers the tools to reward their community, their family, the people that support them. So like we bought it back, and then it wasn't quite what you guys wanted. So then we changed it, and then we changed it, and then we changed it. And when people stop complaining about it, that's when things stop changing physically. They're
Mm.
always still changing, by the way. And it's like, then we was like, okay, what other features do people want? So then, obviously there was confirmation for the diamonds, the Ninjagini and the Ninjet, but instead of it just being are you sure you want to do this? That whole Windows thing. So yes, Windows, I'm sure. Come on.
Yes.
Um, it was like, okay, let's make it so we incorporate a message in there as well. How cool would that be? And that was like one of the best received things. Of course, one of our newest things is the panels. And as we grow, the GUI, the graphic user interface, that's all going to be changing as well.
Mm.
But it'll probably still look like it is. But again, this is just DLive. The backend Lino, the Lino blockchain that it's based on, that is constantly being updated for better algorithms. The numbers, perhaps they might be one hash off type thing. So then they go, okay, we need to better do this. And then when things start running properly on the Lino chain, on the testnet, on the Lino blockchain, then you can think about moving to mainnet.
Mm.
A lot of people are scared about that one, but I don't think it's going to be too much longer. I would say probably a year at most, but that's just my personal opinion.
Now, what's the difference with? Okay, so to be clear, because I think I know the answer, but I don't want to assume. Lino and DLive, those are two
Yeah,
separate companies, right?
that's correct. Yeah. Well,
Legally speaking.
yes, yeah, they're
So
two different
literally,
companies, I guess.
literally they're different. But
Yeah.
Lino currently is exclusive to DLive. Is that right?
Yeah, basically, the Lino, the live stream now blockchain, that's its own blockchain. That's its own entity, so to speak. DLive is just a decentralized application that's put onto or built onto that
Oh,
blockchain.
okay, okay. So
So it's an application, you see.
so then that would lend itself to the possibility of adding more applications in the future.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that like ultimately it would be great if Lino could be used for a variety of uses, right? Instead of just DLive.
Yeah. I mean, that's how cryptocurrency becomes successful when it becomes more applicable to different scenarios or
Mm.
buying things and things like that. So if you have so like at the moment it's being built, hence why it's called live stream now, specifically for live streaming applications. Hence why DLive, or decentralized application, was put onto the Lino blockchain first, because that's what it was, used for first.
Mm-hmm.
You can also put other ones on there, other applications, again, decentralized applications on there, to make it so you could buy, I don't know, a pair of shoes from that vendor, or things like that. The more that it can be used, the more successful it's going to be. And because of the blockchain, the way that blockchains work, as long as you use those in the right way, there will be no issues whatsoever with self-sustaining itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the beauty of cryptocurrency, right?
Absolutely. So this is, I'm new to cryptocurrency. I'd never heard the term blockchain before I got here. So I think I have a pretty good idea, but do you mind explaining, just in terms of what, like how you understand it, what a blockchain is, what that even means?
To be honest with you, I'm not 100% in with the whole lingo. I know mainly about the whole DLive side of it, because that's why we have, like, obviously the Lino team and the DLive team. I'm a part of the DLive team. Most intricate things a Lino team member will be able to answer. Blockchain is like a number of blocks that are put together, that are chained together. It's like literally what it says in the name. So like these numbers get worked out because this all works in like hash numbers, right? So these numbers get worked out by an algorithm that builds and builds and builds and builds, and then the more that it's demanded, the more that it has to make. The more it's demanded, the more it has to make on the test net. And then when it goes to mainnet, there's no more being made. So that's why the price then goes up and up and up. So then you decide, do you want to keep the one, in this case, let's just say the one token, a Lino, right? Or do you want to split it up like Bitcoin? You can buy bits of a Bitcoin instead of the whole one. Like if you buy a whole Bitcoin, it's like, I think it's $1,500 or something. It's like, wow, it's like, I can't afford that. Can you imagine gifting someone a lemon worth $1,500, for instance?
Right.
Whoops. But then that's when you split it up, and that's when it's still a Lino, but then like it gets split into fractions of that Lino. The more it's demanded, the more we'd have to split it up, and the higher the value of an actual Lino will be. So while it's on testnet, those things are being made, those blocks are being made and chained together, and that's pretty much. Well, certainly my understanding, probably about as in depth as I know of the actual cryptocurrency itself.
So how would that work though? Because like right now, one Lino, and we're calling them tokens, right? It's not cryptocurrency because it doesn't fluctuate price point. One Lino is worth 1.2 pennies. So right now, I know if I give you a lemon, I'm giving you 1.2 pennies. But if it's on mainnet and it's fluctuating, I don't know what I'm giving you unless I check the spot price that day. So do you think it's going to affect donations?
I think that you see how you see the numbers underneath lemon, ice cream, diamond. You see the numbers like 1, 10, 100. Sure. I think that those will be updated daily to reflect of what it's actually worth.
So like a dynamic coding, basically, to pull the current spot.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly. I mean, because it's an application on the blockchain, it's always looking at the blockchain. It needs permission from that blockchain to allow a transaction on a post. Every stream is named a post. And that's how the Lino blockchain sees it. Right, that post has been given this for this, and then we are going to allow them to, exchange this token or cryptocurrency for something else, because that's in your account. Then it's not seen as like US dollars or pounds or anything like that. So the blockchain is just seen as a bunch of numbers. So those numbers can always be changing like every day. So like that one. Let's say, I don't know, let's say in 5 years, that one could possibly be, I don't know, $500, let's say. You don't want to, just going, I'm just going to drop you 10 lemon. Oh, no, let's give you $5,000. You want to see if it says underneath, like, I don't know, it's worth like, I don't know, 50 cents, for instance, you go, okay, I can give them X amount, or, it might have fluctuated. Or even these whole lemons, ice cream, diamonds and things, they might evolve into something different. But regarding donations, it'll always be a thing. It's like with the chess, for instance. It's like if you've got, say, at the moment, you've got 505 in there, right? Now, that would fluctuate daily. So like tomorrow, you could wake up and it might have doubled or it might have got less than what it's actually worth. But it'll always tell you how many points that particular donation will be worth, and I suspect it'll be updated daily.
That's awesome. I've heard a few versions of this story. I don't know if you, again, I know you're on the D Live team, not the Lino team, so
Yep,
apologize for peppering you with Lino questions.
it's
Um,
fine.
but with the Lino on, let's say it goes to mainnet, right? A lot of us that have been here for a while, we have Lino locked in,
Yep.
right? And so let's talk about locking in Lino for a minute and what that means and what that does for people. But also at the end of it, my question would be, for those of us with locked in Lino, what's going to happen if it goes to mainnet, right? Does it roll over? Do we have to cash out? Do we have to rebuy? So let's start with Lino, locking in Lino. What does that mean?
Okay. Well, locking in Lino is basically, it's like you are buying a chunk of DLive, right? So you're buying a certain percentage of it, obviously reflected by how many Linos you lock in, so to speak. When you lock in, whatever you lock in, the math you get generated every day, some Lino on top of that. And the math behind that is your total lot Lino divided by the total lot Lino of the whole platform times 9.9% of the rewards pool of the previous day. And then you get rewarded locked points on top of that. It's not interest. It is not interest. It's not to be confused
So
with
it's not a
interest or anything like
dividend.
that.
It's not a
No,
dividend. Okay.
no, exactly. And it's whenever you explain to people, you need to be very concise and clear, because obviously when it comes to interest and dividends and things like that, then people, it can be looked at in a different legality,
Hmm.
and that's what makes the difference between crypto and minted money. So basically, with the lock points, like say, you get the opportunity of any Lino that you get, you can lock away into the Lino blockchain and own a portion of it. Now, with this locking in ability, besides it giving you a reward on a daily basis, it also enables you to have a voice in the platform. So you get to have a say in what happens in the future. Now, at the moment, it's just 3 questions that I think everyone with lock points has seen. How do you prefer decentralized,
Right.
centralized, type thing? But that's just like a little staple, right? Because that's going to be eventually be other questions there.
Sure.
But at the moment, it's just like that's kind of like, okay, we need to leave that there while it's on testnet. Then obviously, as it goes to mainnet, or even as DLive gets older, when we make serious changes to the platform, you have to go, I don't like that. I like that. No other platform allows you to have a say like that.
Right.
No other platform.
Yeah,
Like
not even
anybody
close.
can do it. It's not just kept for that dude who's got a couple of million in the bank. It's not just kept for that person or that company that has got a lot more swing, shall we say. It's meant for every single person. And then I hear people say, yeah, but if I've only got 20,000 locked and the next person's got 100,000 locked, they're going to have a better say than I am. But if 5 of you say the same thing and you 5 of you have got 20,000 locked, that gives you the same pull as that
Hmm.
one with 100,000. And you're all given the same opportunity to invest, not invest, to lock away as much Lino or as little Lino as you want. There's not
Sure.
an expectation without going for partner.
Well, I was going to say there is an expectation if you want to be verified or global, correct?
Yes.
And what are
Well,
those?
global and verified, yeah.
What are those current requirements?
Well, verified partner, you need 5,000 locked, which is equivalent to about $60 US.
Okay.
That's for a verified partner. Why do we require that one? It's pretty much just because you're going to be the grown up, if that makes sense. Right? You've been here for a while. You've got a bit of a grayer longer beard type thing. So like your stuff type
Ah,
thing.
yes, yes.
So
Some of us
so yeah,
quite literally, yes, yes.
so yeah, I can always see. So you've been here a time. Your
Yeah, yeah.
grey beard's coming
Sean
through.
Sean
Right?
Hawk even said D Live made his hair grow. It worked for me too.
Exactly. You see, and that's what it's about. It's about, right. Okay, so they have locked points because we need our partners. If you're a partner in anything, you need to have a say in that platform, right, or that business. So when you lock away as a partner, you've got your voice. it's only a small voice of 5,000, but it's still a voice.
Sure.
Everyone deserves a voice, right? With global, what is their locks way now? So I'm
Is
thinking about
it
the
is
old
it
requirements. You see,
50,000?
so yeah, it's 50,000, but they've obviously knocked the monthly requirements down and to
Mm,
reflect that. But 50,000, why is it so much? Why is it so much bigger for a global partner? Now, a global partner is like a senior investor in the business, so to speak, if you use it metaphorically.
sure.
He's like the one who's worked his way up and is kind of like knows how the rules go, know how things go, and he's like, okay, they need a bigger voice, so therefore they've got 10 times the amount of voice as the verified partner if you want to stick to the basic
Sure.
locked away Lino. And it's just because otherwise the difference between a verified partner and a global partner is very minuscule, and you need to make it so it's special.
Mm,
Being a partner of anything, whether it's a verified partner, affiliate partner, or global partner, it needs to be special. And the more like limited edition you are, like for instance, it needs to be reflected in your title, right? It's like, for instance, you don't go to the army and everybody's instantly like a sergeant, things like that, and as they go up the ranks, they get a more senior marking. It's like with global partner, they get a more senior marking, but they know their stuff, you
mhm.
know.
So, and then the question at the end of that was for those of us that have Lino locked in now, what's
Yeah.
going to happen when it goes to mainnet? Are we going to
Okay.
do you have to cash out 100% of your Lino and then buy into the new cryptocurrency? Because legally speaking, we're on a token that would be a cryptocurrency. Those are completely different things, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah. And it's, Wilson, who's the CEO of the Lino blockchain, Lino side of it, he actually has mentioned this one before, that he will give everyone appropriate notice before we move to mainnet to unlock all of their Lino. You need it to be unlocked because then you will have to purchase that legal, that untestnet, that mainnet, whatever it may be, bit or token, whatever they refer to as. Would it still be Lena? Possibly. Would it be bits of Lena that call different things? That is also a possibility. I mean, this is the whole thing with testnet, isn't it? It's like, so you can make sure that everything works first, and all the names and what you want to call a person who's got locked points and things in.
Hmm.
On mainnet, will you have to lock back in? Sure. You'll have to buy a bit of the platform. We're not going to take that voice away from you. It's just that you can't, as you've mentioned, from a legal standpoint, go from a token on testnet to mainnet currency. You can't do it.
Right.
So you'd have to unlock so then you could rebuy.
Well, then also something that, DLive is a global platform, and something that some folks might not realize is every country has different laws regarding cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Eh, So that's one thing that DLive is and Lino are having to contend with to set up, to go from a token to a cryptocurrency is a lot of international law.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a very long, long, long process. But these guys, they've been doing it for a long time. And of course, with this being on testnet, we can check out those laws and, how we can make it make it fair for everybody. We don't want nobody left out. So when we go to mainnet, we need to make sure that that happens. We need to make sure that everyone is given a fair opportunity to either purchase Lino or just be on the platform in general and be rewarded in exactly the same way as someone from a different country. We need to make sure that everyone is rewarded in a fair way and given the same amount of volume to their voice.
Sure.
So of course, that's why moving forward and while we're on testnet, this is why we need to do things like that. We need to make sure and ensure that everything is going fine.
Now, I don't know if this is something you guys have thought about or not, but when it is Lino is on a main net as a cryptocurrency and fluctuating price point, how would that affect partner requirements, right? Because like right now, lock in 5,000 Lino, lock in 50,000. We know exactly how much money that is.
Hmm.
It seems like in the future, you may actually have to change it to X amount of money locked in versus X amount of Lino because the Lino price point's going to change.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment, you got to remember that it's a different thing that the Lino blockchain needs to survive.
Mm.
We need lots of it. We need to make more of it, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
Where on testnet, where on mainnet, it's not made anymore. So possibility that the amount of locked wouldn't be effective of a partnership, but we'd have to put something else in its place.
I see.
And as you've seen, as the partnerships have grown, I mean, when I first come to the platform, all you needed was 100 followers, and you could be verified.
Hmm.
That's it. That's that 100 followers, and you're good to go. You're like, oh great, I'm partner.
That's quick.
And then that evolved to 200, and then we had other stipulations like 200, 30 days of streaming, X amount of streams, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? And then now you've got obviously the new ones that is evolved. Partnership requirements will always evolve. It's like even the ones that we've got at the moment, are they perfect? Nope. Will they ever be perfect? Probably not, because platforms and things like that, they change daily, hourly, even.
Hmm.
People's the way that they can do things change and things like that, and we need to evolve with our family, with DLive, to be the best platform for everybody, because that's what we want. We don't want anybody left out, and that's why DLive was pretty much brought up in the first place, because in some, as you've mentioned, countries and things, there are different laws and regulations. So how would you get around that when you become a decentralized platform? And then you see different rules because of where it's based wouldn't necessarily fall into effect. So therefore, you can give everybody that fair opportunity to make content, and just to be the best them they can be. And I'll keep saying the best them they can be, because that's the only thing I know, how to make people be the best them they can be, or help them rather.
Hmm. Yeah, some people aren't even aware they've got greatness in them until you wake them
Oh,
up.
exactly. I mean, every single person is different. Isn't that amazing? That blows my mind. Every single person is different. You know what I mean? There's like 7 billion people on the planet, and every one of them is different. And that just blows my mind. That, and then people's potential to go, yeah, but I can't do what he does. No, it's because you're not that person. You're you.
Right.
You know what I mean? You don't need to worry what they are doing. Be the best you can be. It takes a long time to learn that sometimes, and some people just know it. Does it make it any less or greater? No. You've got to be you. If you're not you, then you've just lost what your parents give you, what life has given you. You've lost that potential to be that amazingness that is you.
Exactly. So, question. Let's talk about CCU. For
Yeah.
those that don't know what that means, it's a direct reference to how many people do you have in your stream at any given time watching you stream.
Yeah.
Concurrent viewers, I believe, is the actual translation. But recently, DLive has added CCU requirements to verified partner and global partner. Um, there's some rumbling. There's a little bit of rumbling. I'll be honest, a
Mm.
little bit of grumbling. Um,
Yep.
especially from, I won't say specific individuals, but some global partners, because the CCU requirement for to maintain global partners currently 150 viewers. To
Hmm.
maintain for partners 15.
Uh,
Right? Is that
no, 150 is the initial one. That's not the maintenance. It's 50 for maintenance.
okay? So there's two different things. So let's clarify. To
Yeah.
apply for verified partner, you need 40. Is it 40
Yep.
CCU? And then you need to
40 CCU.
maintain 15.
Yes, that's right.
For global partner, you need to apply. You need 150 CCU, but you
Yeah.
need 50 CCU to maintain. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, damn. Because that's a lot, right? On
It
DLive, it's a
is.
young platform. It's a lot of streamers supporting other streamers, right? Obviously, bringing in PewDiePie brought in more viewers, but it still seems quite challenging at the moment to match those numbers.
Mhm.
Was it an intentional thing to slim down on the number of partners? Was it, is this more of a long-term growth thing? What do you think?
Well, it's like with everything else. It evolves. It sometimes evolves to be something greater than what people think, but it doesn't mean it's an impossibility. It's only held back by your perception of what you can achieve.
Hmm.
That's like always a good preface to think of, I
That's a good
think.
point.
Now the affiliate, obviously that's a good thing, that gives everyone a chance to have that sub button, because DLive doesn't take a cut, so that's fine. Verified partner, that's, like I say, that's like, you've become a bit more senior on the platform. So like, I think that the 40 to get it, I think that's achievable. And I think to be a partner, I think that's achievable, and it's still lower than other platforms. And then we have a maintenance requirement. The maintenance requirement is there because, some people, they'll get to a verified partner and then they kind of think that's it, I'm good, and they plateau. We don't want people to plateau. We want people to be the best them they can be. So
Sure.
how do you do that? Give them an incentive to do it. We want you to maintain this, right? Because then you're always pushing to be better and
Hmm.
better and better, because you're better than what you think. So you've got this number to aim for, at the top end of 2 months, because that's over 2 months, 15 CCU over 2 months. Now people are saying, yeah, but when I get a verified partner, and it gets taken away from me, it's gonna. The thing is, the good thing about it is that when you're a verified partner, you've hit all the requirements. Same as everyone that's a verified partner now has hit the requirements, right?
Hmm.
So if you do lose it, all you need to do is hit maintenance requirements to get it back. So we're not shutting the door on you. We just want you to fight for your place.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? We want you to fight to show people how amazing you are. And so therefore you give them the CCU to push to what they are. Global partner. The maintenance, I think, is fair. I think 50 for the prestige, so to speak. I
Hmm.
think the 50 for them, I think that's fine. They've also knocked down, if you think about it, the monthly requirements, because it used to be 100,000 a month. Now it's 150,000 over 2 months. So they've knocked that down. If and 50, I think that's doable for someone who. That's right. It's a
So
full-time job for them. A global partner everyone that's is a
hmm.
aimed
Hmm.
at people that want to make it a full-time job.
Hmm.
So if you can put those hours in for a full-time job for that position, I think 50 is manageable. The 150 to initially get,
That's tough.
in my honest opinion, I think I do think it's too high personally. I think it should be probably 100. Um,
Well, because
but
just saying from a lot of global partners I've watched them get verified partner, watch them get global partner, and on a good day, they're averaging 60 to 90 people, a few global partners, just over 100. But
yeah,
I'm not seeing any of them with 150. So even not any, that's not fair, but you know what I mean, like very
yeah,
few. So even the current global partners aren't reaching the CCU necessary to apply for global partner
yeah.
at
Um,
150.
I mean, but that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's like it's not supposed to be an easy achievement.
Well, sure,
Like
sure.
I do agree that 150 is. I think that's a little bit too high. But you see, these are just like you think about it. When we make these requirements, we're not saying that we're never going to change them either. So if it doesn't work, we look into what does work, and we keep changing things until it works. When it works, we're good to go. Getting something to work first time off the bat is pretty much an impossibility in anything. But I have to agree with a lot of people when they say that 150 is too high for initial, but everything else I think is absolutely spot on. Even 15 CCU for a verified partner I think is spot on.
Hmm.
I don't think that there's any other requirements apart from that 150 to initially get global partner that I personally disagree on.
Sure. And even like as a verified partner myself, the only thing that I really lack is the Lino donations for even for global, right?
Yeah,
So I'm saying like I think even some of those requirements for global are too low. Some of
yeah,
those maintenance requirements because I'm crushing them as a verified partner, right?
yeah,
Which doesn't make sense mathematically.
yeah,
Um,
of course.
but again, like we said, this platform is new. It's on a test net. It's being changed. Everything being done is being done in effort to improve the site, not just mess with you guys.
Of course, yeah. I mean, like I said before, we want you to keep your voice. We want this to be your home. We want to be your family. we don't want to push anybody away. And although it may seem like it, you gotta think about it that if we never evolved, we would never be where we are. And
Exactly.
where we are, I think in less than a year, we've got the biggest content creator on the planet here, for the love of God. You know what I mean? It's like it's like I don't know. It's so amazing to me to see how D Live has evolved. I remember when D Live, you didn't really have a chat. It was kind of like you had to make static posts to it because that's how it used to be. We didn't even have a chat, when it was back on Steam and things like that. But to see it evolve into what it is now and to be a contender, someone that's being seen by the big boys, um, I think that is just an amazing achievement in itself. And if we can remain a strong family,
Mhm.
I think that to the moon. There's no other thing to the moon for D Live.
Well, and even
Um,
the chat's kind of echoing that right now, which is the big difference between other platforms and DLive is that DLive is a family. We are working to support each other and bring everybody up together. Where the other platforms, it definitely seems to be more competitive, right? I need to be
yeah,
better than you, have higher numbers than you. Well, in DLive, it's all of us helping each other move this whole thing along.
yeah, 100%. I mean, even with the requirements, we have a hosts requirement. Now, to me, that says family because you have to go and support, who you think's worth it. Help support your family.
Hmm.
I do think that that is one requirement that requires hiring personally. I think that if it was hosts for different for unique hosts actually, because then you're not going to keep hosting the same person, so you're not going to keep pushing their numbers up to help them. You're trying to we want to make sure that everyone is getting help.
Mm.
So therefore, if you host more than different people, then you're going to help everyone rise up with you. There's nothing better than a structure that's built up of multiple pillars than one. Which one's going to fall first? The one with one's going to fall first. So if we stand up as a family and we grow as a family, there's no stopping us. There's absolutely no stopping us. Will we be in another? Will we be in the next Twitch? Will we be in the next Mixer? No. We'll always be D Live because D Live is the only and best place to be.
I really like the way you said that, because I've heard quite a few streamers that came from other streaming platforms to DLive wanting to compare DLive to other streaming platforms, right? When
Yeah.
will we be bigger? When will we be better? And I think you just hit the nail on the head there. It's not even the same thing, right? It's the same thing in that we're all live streaming, but
Yeah.
like you hit on in the beginning, we as the streamer own our content. We as the locked in Lino holders own the platform and the company, right? And we don't have as much control currently on testnet as we will on mainnet of how everything develops. But it's the first time. That's just my opinion, by the way.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's the first time that we've had even a chance as live streamers to have more control over our content and have more control over the company, have more control over donations. I mean, just it still blows my mind that DLive isn't taking a cut out of the donations, right? Like that
Yeah.
alone is huge.
Exactly. You think about any other platform. Do I blame them for taking a cut? On other platforms, that's because it's built differently. It's a different thing.
Sure.
It's a different living body, if you wish. But D Live doesn't take a cut. People say, yeah, but they take 9.9%. It's like, no, that's not D Live. That's not D Live. That is the Lino blockchain that's taking that 9.9%. Um, and it's not taking it and not giving you back. You you can get it back, or you can get it back in something called content bonus, which I'm sure most of you know. 7 days after your post stream is there, then you get a reward on top of that from making that content that people wanted to give Lino to.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, D Live, you can't compare them to Twitch. You can't compare them to Mixer. Twitch is owned by Amazon, Mixer is owned by Microsoft, and D Live is owned by the community, and always will be that way. That's just the way that, so to speak, to quote a movie, the cookie crumbles, right? That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Right.
Because you keep the community, you keep your family. If your family's always there for you, you've got nothing to worry about. And I think that stands for real life and D life. And taking
Hmm.
that real life analogy and putting it into, something that I can go and talk to someone like thousands and thousands, the other side of the earth, and become their friends, become their family members. Now
Hmm.
that is, a massive family. It's like, even there's been songs about it since like you can remember, like We Are Family and things like that. We are literally family. Everyone's got a voice. You will be heard. Simples. Yeah.
Yeah, it's see, as in my name's author Joe Holt, which author means I write books, right? Well, I was a
Mhm.
travel writer from 2011 to 2018, and I moved 36 times in like
Oh.
7 years, right? Trying to meet new people, trying to learn new stories, trying to see new cultures, right?
Mhm.
Since I've been on D Live, which has been since January, and it's now August, I've met more people and traveled to more countries and learned more about cultures than I ever did traveling physically. Right,
Yeah.
just being on D Live and reaching Borneo, Canada, UK, Ireland. I've had guests on this show from all over the world now. It's amazing. It just is. Like I can't say enough to you guys if you're listening and you've never streamed before and you're enjoying watching streaming. Try streaming for yourself on D Live. It's very rewarding. The relationships, the family, right? Um,
Yep.
I had a streamer. I saw another military brother who wasn't doing well. It was bad depression, and I thought maybe suicidal. And I reached out to him, and he came to my house for a week, spent a week at the lake, and just relaxed. And you could tell it changed his life. Just
Yeah.
having somebody reach out and love on him, right? This past week, one of our streamers, MTFD Shane, found out Sunday a week ago he needed open heart surgery, had surgery on Monday, didn't wake up for a couple days. We were worried, man. And so the community was reaching out and loving on him. Just heard back from him. He's home. He's doing great. He's recovering. But it's
That's good.
but the D Live family was loving on him, calling the hospital, messaging him on Discord, checking in with his brother. Like I'm getting like goosebumps over here. Like it's amazing the love and the family and how quickly you can be a part of it on D Live.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, that's just it, isn't it? It's like, even the initial concept of D Live is just like, how, it's the most simple thing, but it's what everyone forgot about, and everyone on other platforms, from my experience, have definitely forgot about. They forgot about looking after your friends. They forgot about looking after your family. You see, and this is what D Live is. We are all there looking out. This is why we got guidance checking on people who've just come here for the first time. This is why we have staff that is constantly in people's streams, making sure that everybody's okay. We're always in Discord. We're always in streams. We're always making sure that we try and listen to as many of your voices as we possibly can. And I think, just in that simple like concept that everyone else forgot, it's like, how did you like kind of like move over that? I don't. But then, the simple things in life, people always overlook, right? They'll always try and strive for the most complicated um route to a destination, for instance, like that, and things. And it's just like, you've got to stop, sit back, and just breathe. It's like you saying about Shane and his open heart surgery. It's like, in other communities that wouldn't have even got a mention. And just here on Dear Live, it's like, I've seen it mentioned quite a few times, even in my own stream. And I've been like, just to have someone's genuine concern and love for that, for their fellow man or woman, um, it's just an amazing thing. And like I say, it's something that D Live will always, always, always have, because we are owned by community. We are owned by our family.
Sure. Now, we've talked a little bit about Guardians, but I kind of want to go back to that because we like I actually reached out to you, and this is kind of behind the scenes stuff, but I want to tell those that are listening just because I think it's important, right?
Yep.
So I love D Live. preach it. I have this show because I love D Live, and I want other people to find it and love D Live. And I reached out to you. I think it's been a couple months now, and said, "Hey, I heard about this Guardian thing. I'm in love with this platform. I want to do the best I can and help." And
Hmm.
you actually cautioned me and said, "Are you sure you have enough time? Are you sure you want to do this?" And I've seen a number of people apply for Guardian, get it, and then a month or two later, they're not Guardians anymore. So if
Yep.
you don't mind being candid about that, right? You want to help, you want to be a part of it, you want to be a Guardian, but what does it really take? Because it seems like it takes more than most people are aware of.
Yeah. Um, like you say, there has been people that have taken the position and stepped down due to they just didn't have the time. Or their head was in the wrong place, as in like they didn't realize they was going to get so much deep into certain situations for things like that. Or even
Mm.
people that used to stream and now they just don't stream anymore because they've they've just become literally a mini staff, so to speak, a mini staff. Being a D Live Guardian is not an easy feat. It is a job. Yeah, it's voluntary, but it's a job nonetheless. It is something that will take so much of your time. Let's say myself, for instance, because like I say, I can talk from personal experience. Um, it's like I work full time, then I come back, do my guardianship, and then I might have time to stream. That's pretty much what I do now. I go do my job, come back, do D Live, and then might have time to stream.
Mm.
If you love streaming and you don't want to give it up, seriously think about where you want your streaming career to go. If it's a career or a hobby, to me it's a hobby. So I could go to Guardian, I could go to be a staff. If you want to be a full-time streamer, being a Guardian as well is pretty much an impossible thing for yourself because you're going to burn yourself out. Um, and even if you haven't got the Guardian badge by you, there's nothing stopping you. Like I say, I can talk going and helping people or being, a kind of Guardian just without the badge. There's nothing stopping you being that person who can go and help people.
Exactly.
You
That's
know,
actually
so
what you told me, and
yeah,
that really stuck for me. I was like, I don't know if I could do it well to be a Guardian. I don't know if I have some pain management problems and brain damage and stuff. I can't sit here every day consistently, and that's why I decided to not try to be a Guardian.
yeah.
Right, but so people are asking to, if you don't mind being a little more specific. I know this is going to vary, but roughly, is it a daily thing, like X number of hours per day you'll need to put into Guardian, 5 days a
Um,
week? Like, what is this expected?
we don't expect
Okay.
any amount of hours from you. If you don't obviously put in effort, then we might look to go, hey, we see that you're not, doing anything or you haven't been active for a couple of days, making sure everything's okay. Is it too much for you? We're not going to go, get out, done, don't want to know
Right.
you anymore. We're not, we're not means, we're not barons or anything like that. In fact, every single day I check in with Guardians. Every single day. Every week, I'll try and hold a VC, a voice call with them, just to
Mm.
make sure that everyone's doing okay. Someone needs time off. Okay, cool. I can make a note of that. But we don't require you to spend 10 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours. We don't require you to do it.
Okay.
But again, when you take on a job, whether it be volunteering or not, you've got to want to be able to put the time in. If you show the want to learn, the want to help, then you're going to get rewarded by that community tenfold.
Sure. Now, this isn't for most people listening, but I just thought I should ask this too. Is there a chance that Guardians can become staff, or is the staff hiring process different? Like, how does that work?
Okay. Well, again, experience here.
That's why I'm
I,
asking. It's fantastic.
I went from streamer to Guardian, first Guardian. Just to
The
add that on.
first D Live Guardian, folks.
And then to being a staff member. It was kind of like one of the things we've noticed you doing an amazing job of what you're doing. We want to offer you this position. If I didn't take it, would that make it any less? No. Would I be respected any less in the community? No. It's just like, yeah, I want to help. I want to make sure that I am doing the best I can for my family. So I feel that, you know, I've got enough experience to help them along. I want to be a staff. I want to be a community staff to help you. Um, in fact, our last two staff members as well, they were guardians,
Hmm.
and you know, and now staff. Zed as well. There you go. Another example. He's in the chat. He was a guardian, and he's now a staff member.
Hmm.
I think that going from a guardian to a staff member is the best route for D-Live to select its community staff members.
Sure.
Because community staff member, you know, they are like the guys in charge of guardians, so to speak. You know what I mean? And they're the ones that try and help the community, like I say, keep their voice and keep being a family.
Sure.
But yeah, I think that, you know, you wouldn't be able to just apply straight off the bat because you've got no experience. You need to prove yourself with our family and get the respect from our family in order to be, you know, get that role that you want to go. If you want to be a staff member, the best thing to do is apply for Guardian and then go from there. But before you're even Guardian, you need to make sure that you're helping people, that you're talking to people, that you're, you know, they're your family. There's not going to be any more that you're going to have. These are your family. Your family's going to keep growing and growing and growing, sure. But, you know, don't negate anybody. Everyone's got potential. Just try and help everyone be the best them they can be. But don't forget yourself in that process.
Now, are you being inundated with requests to be guardians?
Guardians, yeah, we get a lot of applications for Guardians. But again, it's because a lot of the time, people don't understand the amount of time, let alone anything else, that you need to be a sufficient Guardian. And what I mean by sufficient Guardian is because there's a lot of people that they try, like, you know, helping out and things like that, but then when they get a badge, they kind of lose who they are.
Oh.
You know, and it does happen, and it happens with verified partners. You know, when I was saying earlier on about plateauing, I've got my verified partner, I don't need to do anything else. No, you're letting yourself down.
You
Don't
just
be like
got
that
there.
anymore.
Yeah, you just got there. Get to work.
Exactly. And then the same with guardians. As soon as, like, some people, like, they could get the guardian badge and be like, that's it, I'm good now, I don't need to do anything, I'm pretty much can go and just like go and mute people and ban people and no, they can't. They're not allowed to go and ban people for no reason and things like that. You know what I mean? In fact, banning is only done by staff.
Oh, okay.
So
That's good to
they
know.
can't ban. They can help mod your streams, but they can't, like, you know, ban you from the platform. Can they put a request in? Sure. And then, of course, they're going to know, they're going to give you reasons. They're going to be like, I don't like his name, want him banned. That's not a guardian. A guardian is like a carer, so to speak. He's, you know, they're the people that come around making sure that you just, like I say again, being the best you can be.
Now, I don't think this would be an issue, but somebody was wondering, have you had issues with guardians being overzealous? But it sounds like they don't really have enough actual control of the platform to be overzealous, really, right? Like you'd have to be staffed to ban people and change names and things of that nature, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes we might get someone that does something that we don't think should have gone that way. And then, of course, we tell them, because not everyone, you know, works the same way. Not everyone has the same skin thickness, for instance. That offends me, but doesn't offend me, for instance. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it might be seen as though they might be overzealous or power hungry, as some people say. But the thing is, it's like, we nip down the bud. We don't just go through the applications and go, I like what this guy said, we're going to take this guy now. No, we watch you. We go around to your streams. We watch you in streams. We watch you in the Discord. Two of the most important things, by the way, Discord and streams. And we watch how you react within the communities and things like that, and the way that you talk to things. Because if you're going to be power hungry, you can tell it from the get-go.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You can see how they are in chat. If they're a mod in chat, you'll go to their chat and see how they moderate that chat, for instance, as well. So being a moderator and applying for guardian is a good thing because then we can come and check out how you are. Are we always watching? Yep.
Always, always. So, but this is something I heard a while back. So correct me if I'm wrong. But when actually, I think it was when I was talking to you about maybe being a guardian.
Yep.
Guardians don't just act on their own, right? Like if there's a situation that they feel is inappropriate and needs to be addressed, they then communicate with staff, right? And then
Yep.
staff takes the action.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Yep.
just so you know, to be clear with you guys that are listening, if a guardian comes into your channel, they're not babysitting you. They're coming to say hi. They're coming to to
Hmm.
be a part of the community. Now, if
Yep.
staff shows up in your channel, look out. Okay, just no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They love you.
Wow.
Just kidding. Now, just so I heard somebody ask if Fatheaded Noob was a guardian. No, he's staff, but he was the first D Live guardian. But just so you guys understand that maybe you're new to D Live, if a person in chat has nothing by their name, right, that means they're new to the platform, or maybe they're a viewer, not a streamer. If they have the white check mark next to their name, that means they're a verified partner. If they have a gold check mark with it's not an even edge, right? It's more like a badge, a gold check mark. That's global partner. If they
Yep.
have that green circle with the helmet in it, that's guardian. And if they have that yellow circle with what appears to be a ninja star in the middle, that's
Yep.
staff. I've also seen, and I believe it was a D Live community event, right? A different badge. I forgot you call it not warrior. What it was like a limited
Oh, yep.
edition.
Yeah, the warrior badge. Yep.
It is warrior badge. So that was a temporary thing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's kind of like something for fun because
Sure.
we want to make sure that people try and get involved in events and things like that. So basically, you give it them for a month, and they get this badge to say that they were there supporting, they were in chats, they were talking. Because like I say, we're always watching.
Mm.
So like you give them that kudos because they won it. So they get their different coloured writing, they get the warrior badge, just to say that I was a good supporter, I was a good community supporter, and for us to show them appreciation for it.
Sure. Now, this may be a question you can't answer, and if so, that's fine. But there are, I could name at least four right now, top of my head, although I'm not going to, viewers on D Live that are, in my opinion, as important as the streamers, some of the most successful streamers, because they're moderating channels, right? They're building the community, they're
Yep.
constantly involved. So there's been some chatter, like maybe we should have some sort of a way, a badge or something, some sort of a way to reward viewers that are awesome. So is that something that is being talked about by staff? Is that maybe something we'll have? Can you even
Mhm.
talk about
I
it?
hope so. I certainly hope so. You see, I'm without your family, without your viewers, as some people call them, I call them family, friends. Without them, your channel you know, isn't going to be the success that you think, without them.
Right.
Um, I'm a firm believer that people who are there as a viewer, I mean, I can even see one in chat, just glancing at your chat. I can see one, and they're there for like
Hmm.
chatting, supporting. That's what they do. They don't know anything else. They don't want to stream. They just want to support you. They just want to, hey, how's it going? Just try and be that positive voice in chat, things like that. And I do think that they should have a verified viewer badge. Um, I think that they should be appreciated for it. Same as I think that in individual channels, you should have the opportunity to let people know, or let your tenured viewers, the people that have been there for a while, let them, give them some appreciation. They don't, perhaps they can't afford a sub badge, but should that, negate them being appreciated or shown in your chat as someone that has supported you from the beginning? No,
Hmm.
they should be able to get that tenure badge. I've been supporting him or following them for, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. I think that there should be something like a verified tenure and verified viewer on the platform, respectively. Um, Also about the donation one, the bigger donations and the most gifted subs. I think that should be toggleable. And the reason I say that those two should be toggleable, by the user gets to choose if they're on or off, is because it's unfortunately when you are seen as someone who gives a lot, people expect there are,
Hmm.
regardless of whether you want them or not, there's people that expect it, and they will get hounded and hounded and hounded for it. So if that was just toggleable for them, then it's their decision. I
Sure.
think that a lot of those things should be their decision, but I do think that for sure there should be a verified viewer badge.
Yeah, and I think that you brought up a good point. There was a demand for quite a while for one of the largest donators on the platform to be on this show. People kept calling. I'm not going to say the individual's name, but kept calling for this person to be on the show. And I reached out to them and talked to them about it. And I said, I don't feel it's appropriate because this show is to interview D Live streamers, right? To help people learn how to stream, to introduce them to the streamers on D Live. It's not about donations, right? At
Yeah,
all, at all. But also the other concern was we don't want people to know that you're the one of the largest donators on the platform because of what you just said. Then there's going to be more pressure from other people trying to get them to donate to them.
yeah,
And we're trying to, right? Obviously, this is a business and donations matter, Lino matters, the money matters to the business. But like you said, this is a family, right? So you're not trying to take money out of your family and friends' pockets, right? If
yeah.
they have it and can and want to be generous with it, fine,
Hmm.
right? But we don't ask for donations, and I personally don't encourage them. Although, like you said, we appreciate them, right? Obviously,
Of
we
course, yeah,
appreciate them.
yeah, yeah.
So, man, so many questions, so many questions.
It's okay. Got plenty time.
All right, so Discord. This is something I've actually had conversations with you about quietly. You want you I say you D Live wants partners, global partners, people to be active in Discord, in the D Live
Hmm.
Discord.
Yeah.
I try to be. I haven't been lately, and I've talked to you about why. The general
Yeah.
chat tends to be nonsense,
Hmm.
and my time is more valuable than that. So my question is, how can verified partners, guardians, people that are busy, right? How can we be active in Discord in a way that you guys, the company, will appreciate it without having to just put random BS in the general chat? Like what can
Mm.
we do to help in the D Live Discord?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we've kind of gone over that. Obviously, there's some things we can't talk about because what happens in partner Discord stops in partner Discord, right?
Sure, sure, sure.
But say like now we have made it so the general Discord also has places for verified partner and global partner, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Um,
didn't realize that.
yeah. So the actual partner Discord has been disbanded because we want to make it more, family community. So why not put everyone together? So it's just a separation of a room, right? Because then you have the opportunity to go into either D Live general chat or verified partner general chat or global partner chat, and talk about things between yourselves. Obviously, if there is some of the conversations that me and you both know about, then
Yeah.
those we're we're making like a Discord etiquette, and obviously sometimes they need to evolve those things to help out. That doesn't mean that everything's going to be serious. Everyone's got to have a sense of humor, but sometimes it goes a bit too far. So having this all together in one place, it will allow us to easier see what's happening. Instead of having two totally different Discords, we'll be able to go, okay, we can just stop here, right in this little family bit, and then we can just click on that room and see what's going on. And if they're not acting like partners in a certain way, perhaps they're talking about, for instance, another partner in a bad way, then that won't
Mhm.
be tolerated.
Sure.
Um, does everyone like everyone? No. But the thing is, it shouldn't be made public either. That's not in D Live Discord anyway. D Live Discord is for our family. Verified partners, where verified partners want to chat with each other, either making games together, chat shows, or whatever. And same with global partner. If you want to talk to people in general, that's up to you. Um, it's not necessarily a requirement. We would just prefer everybody to be in an easy reachable place for everybody else.
Hmm. And we haven't said this yet. So if you're new to D Live and you've never heard of Discord, like I had never heard of Discord before D Live, it is a voice and video chat. It's free to download. It's free to use. You can make your own Discord for free, and I would encourage you to do that if you're a streamer. But if you need to speak to the D Live staff, if you need to speak to D Live Guardians, verified partners, go like we're on the D Live Discord, and if you look on the right side of Discord, any channel that you're in, it will show you the people that are live. Right, it'll show
Mhm.
you the staff, the guardians, the moderators, and if they've got that green button next to their name, they're available, and you can
Yeah.
direct message them.
I mean, even if they haven't, and it's something that you need addressed by a specific staff member, say you needed to talk to me about partnership, something's going on with partnership. Even if I'm not online, DM me. My DMs, same as most other people's, whether it be Guardian, whether it be staff, are open to anybody at any time for anything. Obviously, if it starts becoming a bit of a trivial thing, we're going to be like, hey, can you deal with this another way? But, we're always trying to help everybody. Even if we're offline, sometimes it might take us a while to respond. But Discord is our tool to talk to you and for you to talk to us. No one in my DMs is blocked. Nobody.
Hmm. So that's not an open invitation to send fat-headed noob crazy shit, though.
I mean, come on, who doesn't like crazy shit?
All right, hey, you heard it from the man. Send away, send away. So
Yeah.
I don't know if this really matters, but I'm curious, just for as a cultural anthropologist, right? To record where we are right now with D Live. How many staff and how many guardians are there at the given time? Any?
What you mean at any given time or in
Well,
total?
kind of now, like roughly, how many? Where are we at?
Okay. So you have different teams of staff. So community staff. I've got to try and remember them without looking at Discord, which I'm going to do anyway because
I mean, like, if just to say, as a user, right,
yeah.
streamer, viewer of D Live, I know about Cheech, Tidy, Charles, Wilson, yourself, Zed.
Mhm. Okay.
There may be a
Yeah.
couple
So
others, but
yeah. So you got on the community. You have me. You have Gazed. You got Cheeky. You got Cheech. You got head of community. The community, which is English community rather, which is Tidy. Then you have obviously you got Red Jeppy, who's head of global community. And I'm probably going to miss someone because you always do,
yeah, I didn't
right?
mean to throw you under the bus.
Those are the community ones. Obviously, then you've got obviously Hey Nicklin and Shadow Fox as well. So those are community. So there's 8 that I just counted.
Okay.
Obviously, you got Charles and Wilson. You got Charles, who's the CEO of the D Live, and you got Wilson, who's the CEO of the Lino blockchain. Then
Okay.
you have growth team. You got obviously the was it PR team and things like that. So we've got a team for pretty much everything. The only ones that you guys need to know is the community team
Okay.
because that's what we deal with. We help you guys. So there's probably, like I say, off the top of my head, 8 of us that can help you out.
Okay. And
Guardians, there's. Let me just see.
I mean, obviously, that's something that would be fluid number.
Yeah. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we've got about 12 community guardians.
Oh, okay. I think I was assuming there were more.
There are other guardians, but I mean community guardians. Because you have different guardians as well. You got different guardians. You got different staff members. We've got teams for pretty much anything. But as a community, like I said, there's 8 staff, and I'm not sure there's like 12 or 15 community guardians.
Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna just go through my list here. So affiliate, that's a new addition to D Live. Why was that added, and what are you hoping, or what is D Live hoping that affiliate's going to do?
Okay, because obviously when you're a partner, it's a like more of a staple for the community, right? And same as global. Well, we don't want anyone to be left out. So we're like, well, how do you give someone a role that's not a partner? So affiliate them because you're still giving them a sub button again, which we take no cut of. Um, D-Live, that is. And
Right. Right.
then, it's like, well, we can't just give it to everybody because that, that kind of like gets rid of the speciality of it, having a
Sure.
sub button. So what do we do? Okay, well, let's make it similar to old requirements. So, 200
Mm.
followers. As long as you know the TOS, you've got to make sure you know the TOS. You've read that welcome letter. You need to know the very basics. Everybody in the platform needs to know it, not for our sake, for your sake. So then you get affiliated through that reason. It's a lot easier. And some people, they don't want to be partner. They don't want to be global. Affiliates, that's that nice little stepping stone they can go and sit down and, I don't know, do some fishing from or something. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's just that little place where they can go and be themselves. They're not nothing. I have heard someone say that that DLive doesn't care about affiliacy. Of course we do. Otherwise, we wouldn't make it a process. So I have to approve it. For
Hmm.
instance,
Sure.
we just make it so a system just gave you a sub button.
Oh. Are now, do affiliates have the ability to host?
Yes, yes, they can host. That's another good thing. It's like they can host and they have a sub button. There isn't a minimum host you've got to have, but I think that it's a good thing for them to have as well because the more that we see them actively being involved in like the community and the family, the better it's going to show when they actually do apply for verified partner.
Sure.
Because a verified partner, like I say, we don't want to negate anybody's work, whether you're a non-affiliate, an affiliate partner, or global partner. We're not saying that we don't respect what you do or anything like that. Or we just want to enable you as much as we can without making it a blanket of nothingness. If that makes sense.
Sure. Sure. Um, so I've heard this came up last night in my fireside chat. I see somebody asking again in this chat, so I'll ask you. But I feel this is a question that, and the reason I'm asking you is because I want people to understand the difference. This is a question that should be submitted in writing to staff through Discord, in my opinion. But I'm going to ask you now since we're live.
Hmm.
Last night I had a live band on Fireside Chats, and they were saying that they get lost in the current music category on D Live and a bunch of radio stations. So they were wondering, well, maybe could there be a live music category versus just music? So instead of speaking specifically about that, because obviously that's a bigger question, needs to go to staff, needs to be talked about, right? How do how does D Live decide which categories are available for us as streamers to choose?
Well, most of it we can look at it, ourselves. Obviously, for games and things like that, we use an indexer because we don't know every single game that's released every few
Sure.
days or something like that. That's why you'll notice that some games have got like a lot of different categories because their DLCs also get picked up.
Right.
Now, regarding like live categories and things like that, it is something that if you need, we need to know about because there are some things that you don't know how to class them. For instance, I remember a long, long, long time ago there was a guy on here, and they used to do a rock diorama with rocks.
Hmm.
It's like, so how do you class that one? Is it art? Is it what does it really fall under? It didn't really fall under anything. So like anything like that, especially with live bands, and I play live acoustic shows on mine, and I just put myself under chatting because there's nothing else to put yourself under. For live stream like bands and things like that, they should, in my opinion, at the moment, be under chatting much rather than music. Because like music channel, like you say, it's them 24/7
Right, but
disc jockey type things.
I don't mean to interrupt, but let me speak on that though. Not I'm a musician, but not on D Live. But this band specifically last night was saying they they started out in the chatting and then switched to music because they felt it was important to promote music and to promote the music channel and to show D Live that there's there's a demand for that.
Yeah.
which is why they weren't choosing chatting. But they agreed with what you just said, which is it makes more sense to be under chatting than music at the moment.
Yeah.
So if somebody, like for instance, this band needs a new category, i.e., live music, what's the best way to submit that to D Live that would give them the
Mhm.
greatest chance of getting what they are asking for?
Yeah. If ever you require things like that, and I know the band that you're on about, is DM a staff member and say we need this category because of this reason.
Sure.
And then we can then go forward to talk to the developers about implementing it into the front end. It is something that I am going to be inquiring about myself, just for that reason, because, like you say, live bands and live performances like that, they don't fall under chatting, they don't fall under music. They need their own category. Just hit my mic. They need their own category. So yeah, I'm in total agreement with that one. And in fact, they don't even need to write to me because I'm going to request it after this show anyway. So
Right, but I was just using that to have
as
a
a
specific
metaphor.
example, but because I want people to understand, just bitching about something isn't going to change anything.
No,
You have to
100%.
communicate, and preferably in a way that's not bitching, right? If you
Yeah.
want something or need something changed or not happy with the way something's going, be respectful, be specific in your requests, and do it in writing to staff members through
Yep.
Discord, DLive, right? DLive's Discord.
Yep, you can do that, or you can even submit a ticket regarding it as well. It's up to you and how much detail you want to go into.
So,
Some DMs, you so like for instance, if you message me, for instance, I'll probably be able to eventually take the time. But if you go through the tickets, there's probably going to be a few more people looking at that, so there it's more of a blanket for a few staff members instead of just the one that you've directed it to. So it's up to you how you want to do it. They will get looked at either way.
now,
Um,
I hate to be the guy to say this. I feel
yep.
embarrassed, but I'm going to. Ticket? I don't think I've heard of that. There's DLive tickets, and if so, how do you
Yep.
submit them, and what does that look like?
We have a help center. Basically, you can get to it. There's in the DLive, right, in the DLive Discord. If you go to where it says welcome, you got a DLive website, you got a community hub and help site there. So if you go to the help site,
Could you
you
post
can
a link
then
in chat
sure, yeah.
for
I'll
that,
just
for
put it
whatever
there.
page or place to submit a
So
ticket?
this is the help site. All these links can be found, like I say, in the welcome part of the Discord, DLive Discord.
Okay. So if you
Um,
guys need to submit a ticket, if you need help with anything,
yep,
that's how you do it. You can
yep.
contact somebody directly through the Discord, DLive Discord, or help.dlive.tv.
Yep, and there's a big community hub as well, where even a place where you can write your personal story of how you
Yeah.
got onto DLive and things like that. The community hub is very unknown, which is very surprising. Normally people go, "Have you got a forum for that?" But everything is right there, and like you can find pretty much anything. In fact, you can even see the staff there. Like you can go
Hmm.
through. I haven't actually got a picture on there at the moment, but and then you can see like anyone from Wayne all the way up to the last one that was added was a growth manager called Spit Roast
Hmm.
Smith. But yeah, it's there's a lot of information on that community site and on that help desk. If ever you need anything, submit a ticket or talk to us in DMs, or even go to the help center in DLive Discord. There's you at a Guardian, for instance. If they can't answer it or deal with it, then they can get in touch with us. Guardians are pretty much 24/7 in touch with us. They know, all the ways to get in touch with us if like we're not on Discord, for instance. So yeah, utilize the tools that are there for you. Utilize that help site. Utilize the Guardians. Utilize the staff members.
Now, could you maybe also drop a link? Because I think we need more of this for I don't even remember what it's called now, but I filled out the form that said, "Hey, how did you find D Live? What do you think about it?" Again, what's the name of that? The stories, streamer stories. I don't really
Yep.
remember.
Yeah. It's streamer success stories.
That's what it is.
I'll just post the community hub. If I
Okay.
give you the community hub one, everything that you need to know is right there, including like any events that are coming up or going on and things like that. Yeah, you can literally see everything. I'm even going to open up so I can get to where
Well, because
everything else is.
I haven't seen the streamer success stories since I filled it out.
Oh yeah.
It's for some reason it doesn't really pop up on my radar. So I would like where like I'm looking here. So community story, it's the green box in the bottom right. Is that correct? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You see right down the bottom, you got get involved. So it's under the get involved. So then you've got like
Ah,
programs
right,
and
right.
user stories, merch store.
So I'm going to give you guys a direct link in chat right now because I think more of you need to do this. Go
Yeah.
to community.dlive.tv/category/user-stories. I put the link in chat. These are like what I'm doing here, this live podcast, Fireside Chat. It's about getting DLive streamers' stories live in a way that you can interact, ask questions, right? We can help. This is also championed by DLive specifically for everyone, right? You don't even have to be on my show. You want to tell your story? Go to user stories on DLive, fill it out, submit it. You can be a part of it. And I think
Yep.
that's incredibly
100%.
important. All right, now another thing I want to cover is Tidy Labs. I get asked this a lot. How do you change your alerts? How do alerts work for DLive? Well, currently, DLive has one specific site, tidylabs.stream. I'll put a link in chat for you guys on that as well. And tidylabs.stream is where you change your donation alerts. You can change images. You can put alert bot in your chat, right? Exclamation point, anything you want, and you can link stuff. So for my channel, exclamation point, Discord, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of them, right? You'll find stuff.
Yeah.
The exclamation point uptime, which is how long you've been streaming, that's not a Tidy Labs thing, right?
No.
Okay.
Tidal Labs is just a basic chat bot more than anything else.
Okay, and that is I don't want to assume, but Tidy Labs, is that created and run by Tidy?
Yes. It's created by Tidy, and he doesn't. It's like his own thing in his spare time.
Wow, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, he's a very without saying, oh, because I'm staff, I'm going to be saying that I've known Tidy for a long time, a long time. It's since Hitbox actually.
Wow.
So I've known him for a good few years, and he's always been the same. He just wants, he's been trying to find the place for him. He's always been very community motivated and things like that. And he used to be like an amazing streamer. And if you've ever spoke to him, he's like such a good, understanding guy, and such a nice guy.
Mm.
And then when I found out that he was, doing Tidal Labs in his spare time, it's like, what spare time are we talking about here?
Right.
That was the first question. But yeah, that's his baby. That he, owns a server and everything for it. That's his thing.
Wow. So, question, because this is coming up. The requirements for verified partner, global partner have been amended. They have changed. When does that take effect? Is that August 1st or is that September 1st?
September 1st is
Okay.
when everything, people who haven't met the maintenance may lose it, and things like that. The actual 2-month thing, it started at the beginning of this month. Sorry, June. I thought this was in June for some reason. Started at the beginning of June. So like if you've hit the requirements for that first month, then the button will show up in your dashboard and you'll be able to apply for it. Nothing will be in effect regarding verified partners and regarding whether they're let go or even taken on as a new one until September.
Okay.
The affiliates, obviously, we are processing those, so we have the new rules in effect, and they have been for a good month now. And it's really good and interesting to see how people have changed from hating the changes to understanding the changes now.
Sure.
Regarding the change of verified partner and global partner.
Sure.
But like I say, in September, it's going to be unfortunate, but we will lose some partners. It's unfortunate, but it's just the way that things happen, unfortunately. The good thing about that is you only have to hit the maintenance requirements to reapply.
Right. And then that's automatic, right? Like you just go into your partner progression. If you've hit them, there'll be the button to reactivate.
Exactly. You won't have
Okay.
to reapply or
Okay.
anything like that. Put all the details in. It's just click, good to go.
Now, the selection for the different affiliate tiers, is that done like automatically or is that done manually? Right? Like if I hit all the requirements, I automatically get the next step, or is that still up to the D Live staff?
Well, the bot obviously that checks, or the algorithm, whatever you want to call it, that obviously checks to make sure that you've hit the requirements. And then it goes to, obviously us as a partnership management team to review in some cases. Because sometimes, say for instance, I saw someone mention in chat earlier on, they said, well, I'm on 14 at the moment, I don't want to be losing it just because of some decimal point. We'll have to look and see why you're not going to get it. We don't want a system just to automatically go, right, you're not it, you're not it, you're not it, you're not it. We want to be able to review them as well. So there is still human interaction. It's not all a bot deciding who's partner and who's not. Because if we did that, then we'd be going away from what DLive is about, the human interaction, the community. So there is still human interaction.
Sure.
That's
So,
about as far as I can say on that particular thing. Anyway.
right. Are there reasons, and I know the answer is yes, but are there reasons why somebody would not be approved even though they've hit the requirements? And if so, what are they? Like just roughly so people can know.
Okay. I mean, obviously a lot of the, initial requirements or even maintenance requirements are number based, right?
Sure.
So like if I was to review, let's say I come and review your channel, right, and I see that you are following 2,000 people, right, but you've only got 800 followers or 801 followers, right? That would set off alarms in my head, because one of the things that obviously is it's imperative to DLive is that their natural growth, it's not inorganic growth. And what I mean by that is people can bloat the numbers. People can do the follow for follow, say for instance. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but I'm saying it's a bad thing if you want to apply for partner, because they're not real viewers, they're empty follows. So like, you look at how the person's grown, for instance. Did they grow organically by doing the right things? Things like that. So like, we look at everything but case by case like that. So obviously there's going to be reasons why we would have to review them and go, hang on a minute, he's hit the numbers, but he did it in a bit of a underhanded way, or something like that. So like, we may deny someone for inorganic growth, for instance, or perhaps their community isn't something that is appreciated on DLive, if that again makes sense. Unfortunately, there are some content creators that make some communities that are very, as the word gets thrown around a lot, toxic.
Right.
For instance, and people like that, would also probably be refused, because as a streamer, you are responsible for your community too.
Well, let me play the devil's advocate. This obviously isn't my personal opinion, because you know me well enough to know that, but the entire idea of DLive is it's decentralized. So how can a group of people decide if what I'm doing is or is not acceptable for the DLive platform? Right? Like how, because I've heard this argument specifically from a few individuals, and I thought, that's kind of a good point. Like, I love DLive and I want to protect the family, but in some aspects, then it's no longer decentralized. If a small group of people get to decide what is or isn't acceptable, So does that come down to like legal issues in terms of what is legally allowed to be broadcast, and we're a broadcast company and you have to moderate that, or is it? Could you speak on that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we have a set of rules in place. We aren't as strict as other platforms for the reason we are decentralized. But yeah, there's still some things that wouldn't be acceptable. We love free speech, but free speech can be turned quite easily into hate speech.
Sure.
We
I've
want to be
seen it.
accepting of everybody, right? And because we want to be accepting of everybody, no matter what you believe or anything like that, and obviously without going into any kind of politics and things like that, there is different things you can go about it. For instance, if you're going to be a free speech person about religion or politics, um, X tag. The reason we say X tag is because it's a more adult orientated kind of discussion or chat that's going to happen. So when you go into that chat, you're going to be expecting F bombs left, right, and center and things like that. But again, we also need to make sure that when that person's making their community, that they're not using isms in a derogatory respect, if that makes
Hmm.
any sense to you. Because obviously, it doesn't matter if you're decentralized or centralized. If you're going to be, for instance, talking about 1488 and things like that, or reading things that are socially unacceptable in the majority of countries, then we would have to put our foot down and go, dude, you can't do that. This is why you can't do it. We're not going to ban you right away. We're going to explain why you can't do it and see if you can actually. Sorry, that flies on me. And see if that you can actually, perhaps make it into something that is acceptable. If you can't make it acceptable for something on a decentralized platform, then maybe you need to look at, if what you're doing is socially right and should be
Mm,
on a social platform in general.
sure. So it's more
But you
about the zeitgeist than anything. Like what is socially acceptable at the given time.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, everyone's entitled to their ideas. But when you start trying to push your beliefs into other things, that's when things start getting a bit sticky. And so we don't, it's not just one person out there that goes to that channel and goes, right, we don't like this guy. We talk between ourselves, staff talk between themselves and say, what do you think? Why is it right? Why is it wrong? Before we ban someone. When you ban somebody, it means you don't ever want to see them again.
Sure.
So we need to make sure that you make the right decision when doing that. So sometimes are the streamers out there that I personally don't like? Of course. And that goes with anybody. There are going to be streamers that you don't agree with their views and things like that. What do? You don't watch them. Simples. But as regards to making it a partner of the platform, a lot of people are going to be looking up to that person. Like new people that come onto there, they're going to see partners and going to be like, I need to go and hang around with this guy. But if they're like trying to push their views in the wrong way, and it happens in society in general, right? Then we need to look, do we want that to be our voice? Do we want that to be part of our voice? you know you need to, it's a really difficult decision to say you're wrong and I'm right. I don't think anybody should have that thing, so to speak. That's why it has to be put to multiple people's opinions. Because then if the majority is okay, we don't want that on our platform, then we can move it away or talk to them about changing it into something that would be more acceptable on the platform. Like I say, we don't want to get rid of anybody, and we want to give everyone a fair chance, but at the same time you need to also listen to reports from the community. You need to see how they're discussing in the community. This is a whole family. If the majority of family doesn't like something, then it shouldn't be on your platform, right?
Sure. So to be clear, there is a difference between decentralized and having zero community guidelines, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So community guidelines for D Live are like no hate speech, no cyberbullying, right? No adult oriented type of things.
Hmm.
So the idea with the X tag was to allow people who like to cuss more, or like how did that I'm just asking, like, what is, because we say X tag, if there's viewers listening who don't know about D Live yet, they're not going to know what we're talking about.
Of
So
course, yeah.
could you explain how the X tag came to be needed and implemented on D Live, and when should people be using it?
Okay. Well, originally it was called Not Safe for Work, or NSFW.
Sure.
And so what that literally means is, would you go to your public work and just be like, doing this?
Mm.
If the answer is no, then you shouldn't be doing it without the extreme tag on DLive, because it's, it's taking things to the extreme, like extreme swearing, extreme adult orientated games, like lots of blood and gore and things like that.
Mm.
So it's like, I personally think it probably should be called something different, just to lead away from that confusion. What is X tag? Does that mean I can watch porn? X, you know what I mean?
Right.
No, it doesn't. But basically, it's just for 18 plus. Because the whole website, same as most social websites, are 13 plus. For you to be able to view things on there. And then you can obviously use the X tag, which makes it 18 plus. Now, instead of being like everybody else and saying like, 18 plus or mature audiences, we wanted, to make it a bit more fun. You know what I mean? So we'll come up with X tag. It's like, okay, let's try that and see how that goes out. It seemed to be going a lot better than I thought it would, I'll be honest. But if you're going to use the F bomb every 5 minutes, for instance, X tag. If you're going to use the hard C word, X tag. If you are in GTA 5 and you're in the RP mode, you should be X tagged. This one, and same as like the virtual reality rooms and things like that, the reason is because you're listening to everybody else. You don't know what they're going to say. You have no control over what they're going to say.
Right.
So you put on X tag, then if they drop the N word, for instance, you're not going to be in serious trouble.
Mm.
You know, because you've already marked it for mature or X tagged audience. It doesn't mean to say it every 5 minutes or anything like that. And it's good to use it in a derogatory way. If you're using it in a derogatory way, you still get spoken to, shall we say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's still community guidelines, right?
Yes.
So,
of course, yeah.
Could you briefly expand upon the community guidelines as they currently stand for DLive? Like, what do you expect or not want, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everything's got its own terms of speech, terms of service, even terms of speech. Well, but you've got like hate speech. Obviously, it's not tolerated because it's not really tolerated anyway. Hate speech, right? Basically, that means you can't go and say we hate this community of people because they're not as good as us, type thing. In an intentionally put down derogatory way. You don't, you wouldn't do that on the street, so you shouldn't really be doing it on a social platform. Obviously, no nudity. If you X tag, you can, play certain games that have a little bit of nudity, or you can draw like nude people, for instance, as long as you're not focusing on genitalia or, things like that. As long as you're not focusing on that and you're drawing it, and you're X tagged, you're good to go. You can draw nude as long as it's not real life nude. Real life nude. Female breasts, for instance, you can't show nipples on stream.
Well, male or female, you can't show nipples on stream, right?
Male, you can if you're X tagged.
Wow. See, I had heard no for both.
Yeah. You see, that's been a very interesting thing, because people just took that from Twitch, because Twitch has that policy in place.
So we could just take our shirts off right now. Like,
and go X tag, yeah.
Let's do it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, let's do it. Go on.
Let's do it.
All right. But yeah, so we made it so it's like X tag, because like I say, we don't want to be as strict because we're decentralized. So we need to, make the TOS there, but at the same time make it viable for a decentralized, not a centralized platform.
Sure.
Some people I've heard as well say that because males are allowed X tag, females should be allowed X tag. There was actually an article that I read, and they were saying that the problem is where you can't show a female nipple or things like that on stream is because they over sexualized it. If it wasn't as over sexualized as it is in today's society, then it'd be perfectly fine.
Right.
It's like you think about it. I don't know. You watch Baywatch on TV. You know what I mean? You don't see women, topless running around type thing, because it's not applicable to TV. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. In any country. but yet males can pretty much just walk around without X tag, without anything, and be fine about it, right?
So it's
It's like
more
the police isn't
about,
going to pull you over.
yeah, it's more again about the zeitgeist, like what's socially
Yeah.
acceptable at any given time.
Hmm.
But then also
Exactly.
that's subjective to the country, really.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms
Yeah.
of religion is plays a big part in some countries, and that would obviously be a problem in some places. How does D Live handle that? Right, like being an international company and having different ethical and moral implications in different places. How how has the community standards in terms of service like changed over the time D Live has been around, or has it?
It has changed. It's like most things in D life. It has to evolve to include certain communities, and as we get bigger and bigger, we're going to have more and more communities on the platform. For instance, there are some communities that if you are topless at all, male or female, that's counted as nudity, and you can actually get a prison sentence for it.
Damn.
Type thing. So we need to be mindful of that thing as well. So the whole X tag for the male nipples is imperative because of that reason. When I first come here, you were allowed to show topless males without X tag. That
Hmm.
had to change because of as we expanded to different communities, we had to go okay, needs to be more clothes or at least X tagged. So then that person has to deliberately go there, and they're not going to get in trouble, and you're not going to get into trouble, and things like that.
Sure.
Um, But you got to remember, it's like even though we're decentralized, we still have to stick with the majority vote regarding rules and regulations, right? So if the majority of people are watching from a country that, for instance, um, has certain like things in order, I don't know, say let's just say, for instance, because it's still part of the topic, that they could both go nude. Let's just say that was a rule in that country, and it was a majority of the people, then perhaps we could allow that, you know. But every single day, you have to look at, how different communities react, how their rules and regulations are, and we have to stick by it. It's like, for instance, we've got a lot of uh, communities that come here that don't agree with certain words being used. For instance, there's a food product, let's say, right, from where I'm from, that begins with F, but it's a derogatory term towards gay people over in the US side.
Hmm.
But it's a food product over my side. So you've got to, it's like I've got to be mindful of that when I come over. So as a company, we have to be mindful of what, you know, may or may not be allowed in all of our communities as a family, you know. Um,
Sure.
I mean, we have got language selections on our screen, so like that should be part of the. You're allowed to on this English one, but you're not allowed to on the Turkish, or or something to that effect.
Hmm.
Will that be implemented? Possibly, but that could be something to allow a set of rules compared to what country you're being shown to. So yeah, it's a really difficult one. It's not an easy task by any means, but it's something that going forward that will always be evolving daily, if not even more than that. To be honest.
So the Blue Jungler gets a shout out because they paid a Ninjagini just to ask this question. Thank you for the transparency. And somebody else asked this too. Can an X-rated channel ever manage to achieve even verified partner?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I don't know. That's why we're
I
asking.
mean, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if you can hit the numbers and you've grown naturally, then there's no reason that just because you're X tagged, you can't hit global. Can you be featured? No,
Oh,
you cannot
okay.
be featured.
Well, that makes sense because then you would be shown to everyone.
Exactly. So like with the regarding to if you're permanently X tagged, you can still achieve verified partner, you can still achieve affiliate, you can still achieve global partner. Will it be more difficult for you? Yeah, because you won't be able to get featured anywhere. You know.
So what
So.
it well, I wanted to ask is before I forget,
Mhm.
what does it actually change when you turn the X tag on? How does that affect how your profile appears on DLive?
Well, let's say, for instance, we turn X tag on right now. There's a number that relates to the X tag, that's obviously sent to our front end, and it goes, can't allow this guy. This guy's banned from being shown on the front, so to speak, in more layman's terms. So like like when the algorithm goes through and checks who it wants to put on the carousel, for instance,
Mm.
it goes, okay, can't choose that one because he's got that number,
Ah,
type thing. So
right.
therefore it won't be shown. Because a lot of things are run by algorithms, you have to talk in numbers, right? You can't just say we don't want that to happen, type thing. So they have to, the bots or algorithms, whatever you may want to call them, they are always, they're looking for those numbers. So if those numbers are present, you won't get featured, you won't go on the carousel, etc.
Makes sense. So it's D Live. Just to be clear, D Live is 13 and older, right?
Yeah, any social platform is 13 plus.
Okay.
Um,
So what we're trying to avoid is showing children things that are adult oriented.
yeah,
Okay.
that's mainly the thing. 'Cause I mean, there's nothing worse than a totally innocent child coming in and seeing things they shouldn't be or hearing things they shouldn't be seeing. So when you enable X tag, it hides you from the initial experience without that person toggling that X tag on and going, I want to go and see that. You know,
Mm. So
I think that maybe there should be a confirmation, but there's certainly some things in place for it.
and I like the idea that the NSFW. I think it should be NSFW, not X tag, because X
Yeah,
tag is ubiquitous. I mean, where NSFW is very clear statement. It doesn't necessarily imply, like you said, with the X, some sort of adult oriented, right, sex or something, right, nudity.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Now,
Um, I agree with you on that one. To be honest with you, I think it should be NSFW and not X tags. It's more clear cut.
right, right. Now, someone said in chat, and I'm not sure if this is correct, but to find an X tagged stream, is that something that you have to turn on or off, like to see the X tag, or is that just automatically available if you're old enough?
No, no, you have to toggle. There's at the top. If you go to D Live TV, at the top you'll see like a little toggle. I love toggles. So you go to D Live TV, and right at the top you'll see you got show X tagged content, and you got a language selection right there, right at the top, just underneath the carousel, and you'll see it right there.
Oh, okay,
You toggle
okay.
that,
So if you're
and it shows.
looking, guys, if you're looking at the homepage of D Live, what he's talking about is underneath the creators on the rise section,
Yep.
there is a show X tagged content. Now I had it off. I didn't even know that was there. So I didn't even know.
Hmm.
That's why these are so good. I just learned something today. That's amazing. So this is also where you select your primary language. Um,
Yep.
I would recommend to you that you select your actual primary language, because if you're
Yep.
using a language other than the streamers, it's not, they can't effectively moderate their chat and you're probably going to get muted.
Yep, exactly. It's the we put the tools there for you to use. If you don't utilize them to your advantage, you're only doing yourself injustice. And in the end, like say the you select, for instance, for myself, it would be English because I can't speak any other language. I can barely speak English, and so I would always select English. And if I go to, it's like when I have people that speak a different language in my chat. If they say I can't speak English, I'll be like, I can't give you no content. I can't understand you. You can't understand me. Maybe try and find someone, who can understand you a bit better. Because it's not just, that I don't like other languages or anything like that or other communities. It's communication is key. So by selecting, your preferred language on the home screen or whether you want to see X tagged, it's designing it for you, making it customization for you.
Sure. That's awesome. All right, so let's see. Let's go back to the list. Oh, fans. When people get, well, the term is muted, right? But
Yep.
if somebody gets deleted and muted in a channel, how does that affect their profile on DLive?
Um, well, it's like a negative mark on your profile. So basically, if you have been in trouble for any reason, it's not just going to be muted. It's not just going to be whatever. It's going to be how it was done. Say, for instance, if it was done because you got muted in several chats, for instance, right, and then you've got that 7-day ban from DLive, from the system, not from a
Oh,
human
could actually
interaction.
could you expand on that? Are automatic bans? And if so,
Um,
how?
yeah, it's more basically if you get muted in a, I think it's 3 times. I think they changed it to 3 times within 24 hours from different streams, then you will get a 7-day ban on DLive. It's just something the robot algorithm, whatever you may call it, decides to hand out because obviously you keep doing the same thing or whatever to make people mute you. This is why mute shouldn't be abused as well. Unfortunately, that's what some people do. If the system has given you one, you can always appeal it as well by going to that ticket system we mentioned earlier. So that's why it's important to know about that ticket system, because then we can look at to why you were even banned by the system. Was it because you were spamming your name in chat? Was it because someone asked you to do something that you didn't want to do, so he was like, can you leave, and you didn't want to leave, things like that. So if you're muted from several channels within 24 hours, then you get 7-day ban. If you come back after that 24 hours and do it again and again, so then you've got I think it's 10 mutes, you're straight off the back, then you get a perma ban. So you've got to really be careful of how you carry yourself in people's chats. If people don't like something, apologize and move on, or just move on.
Wait, so can
um,
you say that second part again? If you get how many mutes, you're permanently
I
banned?
think it's 10
And that's
in
just
the
total, not even in a specific amount of time.
no in 24 hours. So basically you got 24 hours, you get your 7-day ban, and then if you go straight back on a site getting muted again and you get the 10, you're off. That's it. Basically the system will go, okay, well, they was given this chance, they came back, did the same thing again, got muted even more times, so then the system goes, okay, that's a perma ban. Like I say, those in some cases can be overlooked. You need to put a ticket in, let us know your side of the story. So, for instance, so we can investigate. We don't really want anyone to be banned or muted on the site. That means we don't no longer welcome you at all. That's not what we want. So we want to work with you to keep you on the platform. So if the system were to ban you, let's say permanent, and you didn't do anything, you're just in someone's street or someone maliciously used it, because that also happens as well.
Sure.
Streamers would be like, everyone in my community, go to your channel now and mute this guy. Just because they want to pick on them, right? So obviously we can look into that and be like, well, this happened. And then in that case, the person who maliciously has done it will be in more trouble than the person who got banned. And the person who got banned will possibly have it lifted.
Hmm.
Obviously, everything is investigated. We don't just let the system deal with serious things like that.
Sure. Now, is
Um,
this an IP ban or a name ban?
it's an account ban.
So, because I've seen people who have been banned permanently
Mhm.
create new accounts, come back into the channel and say, "Hey, I just created a new account. What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah.
What's DLive's stance on that?
Well, basically, in those circumstances, that's when you need to obviously let guardians and staff know, so we can actually come and see what's going on. The more evidence you can gather via screenshots and things like that is going to work and help us investigate it a lot better and deal with it in a more appropriate manner.
Hmm.
Um, because when you start getting human interactions like via staff or guardians, we can look at, well, staff can look at chat and see what was going on there, and we can look at who this person is, or things like that. We do have, obviously I can't mention some of them, but we do have tools to enable us to know who's abusing it, shall we say.
Sure.
um it's only an account ban, and then they can come back and make another account, sure. And obviously there are other ways that we can deal with it in a more serious case, but obviously I can't divulge much stuff.
Right. Right.
Staff members and guardians as well, just I want to bring this up, we are actually under NDA.
Oh, okay.
We all have signed an NDA, so we
Sure.
can't say certain things anyway. So if someone says, oh well, they aren't telling me, say for instance, I don't know, let's say Dale, right? He comes to me, he says, I want to know about author Joe Holt's global application. We can't tell him. We can't tell him anything. Even if you apparently have asked him to ask us, we can't tell them anything. I can only discuss your stuff with you. You know, because like I say, it's all under NDA. Same as if someone's getting banned for some reason, I can't tell another person why they got banned. I have to tell only that person that's involved in that.
Sure.
So yeah, so it's like with human interactions, yeah, we do investigate a lot more. There are system ones in place for certain situations, but don't abuse them because you'll be in more trouble than
Right.
the person who you ban. So
Right. Do you encourage streamers to have mods?
yeah, I would say have mods, but don't overdo it. But what I mean by that, you need to look at what you can handle as a size. So like if you are say 10 viewers, you don't need 10 mods.
Right.
You know,
Right.
some people do it, and it's crazy to me. And they go, yeah, but I need more help, and they're not around all the time. When you choose a mod, you need to make sure that that person is in the majority of your streams. That is the first and foremost, because you know that they're going to be there when you make them mod. They're going to be there, so you don't need to overdo the adding more mods, adding more mods, adding more mods. When you select a mod as well, make sure that they have, they know you, they know how you operate your channel, they know what rules you stand by. This is why, again, it's important to have your own channel rules, because then they can stick by that. So when you have got mods in your chat, if you've got too many of them, it scares people off. But if you've only got one of them, then it looks a lot better. So like if you've got 10 people, you don't need no more than one, in my opinion. If you've got 40, 50 people, then yeah, you're going to need a couple more, etc. as you grow and as you grow. But only do it when you are struggling to keep up with what's happening in your chat. And don't forget, if ever you get stuck, so let's say you get raided for a couple of hundred people. Let's just say that happens, right? And chat comes out of control and you're not quite sure, you and your mods are feeling a bit overwhelmed. Contact the Guardian, because remember, Guardians can mod with your permission.
Right.
So they could be a temp mod, for instance.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we brought up the whole verified viewer badge thing earlier, is because there are streamers who give like what we would call a verified viewer a mod badge just to because that's the only thing we can give them right now.
Yeah.
To show that we appreciate them, basically.
Yeah, and it's like Dale just mentioned as well. It's like a good mod is someone that's inviting and helpful. That's the very first and foremost thing that you want on your channel. If a mod's just going to be out there banning someone because they're speaking a different language without even asking them, could you please speak English, then that's not a good mod, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, and I've seen that with my mods now, which has been really nice. You get a lot of people in the chat, and like I'm doing podcasts, so I'm trying to stay focused on the guest. And I've noticed my mods are really great about a new person follows, they welcome them. Somebody subscribes, they say thank you. Right? They help you. They enhance your stream.
Yeah, exactly.
And I appreciate that for sure. So one question that I caught earlier that I want to toss out there, just because it's been brought up to me quite a bit. This is about verified partner. Once you hit verified partner, you're then allowed to make custom stickers for your channel, right?
Yep.
If you lose verified partner because you don't hit the requirements, do you also lose your custom channel stickers?
Yeah.
So,
you do.
Okay.
So like you'll lose like your sub only mode and things like that, and you'll lose your customized specific stickers. Now, will they disappear for good? I honestly can't answer that 100%. I don't know. So I don't know if you lose it and then you reattain it, I don't know if they'll stop in the system or you'll have to create them again. I don't have that answer. But you won't no longer have them. No.
That'd be rough, because I don't have my channel stickers backed up.
Yeah.
That may be something to consider.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I never even crossed my mind until you've just mentioned it. But it's something that I can mention to the devs, that perhaps we could have some kind of save for that person for X amount of time, for, say 6 months or something.
That'd be very helpful, because the channel stickers really do mean a lot.
Yeah. They do.
For
They
sure.
do.
And because I saw one of my mods actually ask, sometimes people come into the channel and spam stickers, right? Like we
Mhm.
all like stickers, we like the idea of being personal, but is there a way to maybe limit how often somebody can use a sticker? Like,
Yeah. It's actually been brought up quite a few times. It is something that is on the roadmap, about, being able to perhaps toggle on and off, a spam, of a certain stickers, things like that. So like if they come in and they make several posts with the same sticker, just like if they spam the same name, then perhaps you could turn it so that there's a spam filter on or something.
mhm,
There's been different ways that people have asked for it to be implemented, but again, it is something that we are definitely looking into, especially since we know that stickers have become quite a big aspect of DLive. Um,
for sure.
Obviously, we'll probably go to emotes as well, but the sticker thing is like, I'm sorry, I can't take my eyes off the one that's just come up in your chat. This has got Nicolas Cage with a cat in the
Right.
background. But it's just showing the creativity. The only thing is another thing while we're talking about stickers, so to throw this off a bit, is that sometimes they're a bit small for me.
Mhm.
So it'd be good if I could just roll the arrow, my cursor over, and it just like bring them out the screen a little bit, just so I could see what it was.
Ah,
That's one thing that I would like in that as well,
I've
besides the
heard
spam
that
filter.
too, for sure. Well, what have you seen on the site or not seen on the site that you think would be nice that you're personally championing trying to get added or
Mm.
changed?
Well, as I say, I mentioned earlier about the
Mhm.
tenured viewer and verified viewer. I think that those is something that is definitely nice. I'd like to see more toggleable customization within the dashboard by means of you can turn on or off showing the chest. You can
Mhm.
turn on or off showing your numbers at the top, things like that. And just because I don't like looking at numbers, they don't mean anything to me. It's just about people talking in my chat and you know, sticking together like a family type thing. But
Sure.
also, I'd like to be able to turn off, top donators and stuff because that can really push people, put people off. They come in, they think, well, I'm not going to bother donating a diamond. This person's like already had too much, and it's not going to make no difference to them. They're not going to notice me either way. It's like, no,
Oh.
we'll notice you no matter how small you think you are.
Mhm.
One moment in my chat is the biggest gift you could ever give me. You know what I mean? I'm not bothered about the lemons. I'm not bothered about you being there every single day. What I'm bothered about is you taking the personal time for one moment just to sit in my chat and have a little conversation with me. That is the most thing to me. Like I say, I'd like loads of there's so much toggleable things I can think of. Like for instance, when you add to the chest, right, it pops up in the chat. I don't like that personally, right? I
Yeah, I
would
don't
prefer
either.
it
I don't
not to be
either.
there.
Yeah.
But again, I think because it should be customizable, whether you want it there or not, because every streamer is different. So the more customization you can get to actually making your profile, the better. I think that and raids, I would like a raid feature. And what I mean by that is like, how we can host right now, right? Well, basically with the host, you go there, you kind of talk a bit and drop a big fat host on them. And then unfortunately, some people they'll move away because it's not the content they want to watch or they don't like the person or, it could be anything, right?
Sure.
I would like it. So, and I've seen it on work really well on another platform, whereas you, before the end of the stream, you click a button, it comes up and it says, we're going to raid so and so, right? And then people say, yeah, I want to follow. So they're going to drop in with that host, or no, I don't
Mm.
want to. So then when they initially then drop the host after the stream, the, those people are going to stay there. They're not going to, it's not going to be like up and then watch them numbers drop down because that can really like hurt you as a streamer. Because like you watch them numbers go, where you're like, what am I doing wrong? What have I just done? And it could just be a simple thing as they go into bed. You know what I mean?
Right,
So
right.
if they could say, no, I don't want to raid, or yeah, I do want to raid, then those numbers that you do drop on them at the end are going to stay there. And it's going to be, I think that would be a more positive thing for the person you take your family to.
Yeah, because I always when I host somebody after a stream, I don't just host them. I host them and then I go in, I talk to them, I donate. I want to encourage the people that I'm bringing over to interact and chat. And if you, as the person doing the hosting, don't even bother to drop
Mm.
in chat and talk, it's less likely that your viewers are going to either.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. It's like it doesn't matter how late, because sometimes I'll run a bit later, as we all do, with our streams, and we've got to do something. But I'll always stop there for a good few minutes, show my people, my family that I've taken over there that I'm supporting this person, let alone anything else. And then, I think that they've got more likely to stop there as well. But yeah, I really, like the idea of being there. If you're not there, then and your people are there, they're going to be like, well, you can't even get thanked, for instance. You know what I mean? It's, some people like to thank you. Oh, thanks for that host. If you're not there, then that's kind of ignorant, in my opinion, just to drop host and run.
But also keep this in mind. If somebody hosts you, as soon as you see it in chat, if you thank them right then, they're not going to hear you probably, because when you host, you have to host from the panel. Then you actually have to go to your channel. Then you have to click on visit their channel, right? So if somebody hosts you, wait until you see them in chat before you thank them, or they're probably not going to hear your thank you. Just as a tip.
And that's another thing, actually. While we're thinking about that one, is like spamming the person's name. I don't think that's necessary. Right. The one who's just hosted. It's like author Joe Holt, right? It's like you don't need to. It's just showing you on screen who's just hosted. You don't need to do that. By all means, you can say the name, but it doesn't mean to spam the name, because that can get really distracting and off-putting for the person you're actually hosting as well, and really put them off. So in some cases, it can make a negative feedback for the streamer who's just hosted. And they've done that amazing thing. They're like, what is going on here? This isn't, don't advertise here like that. That's not what I want to put in my community and things like that. So, you just need to be kind of mindful, I guess.
Now, this is something that's just a completely different topic. Something that I would love about that I'm seeing on DLive, but it's not really part of DLive yet, which is the ability to clip, right? To make clips during a stream. Is that, now I've noticed on my screen in the bottom right of the window, I have a clip option. Does everybody have a clip option, or is that just partners?
No, it's an add-on in Chrome.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I put the add-on in there?
Yeah, you must have put the add-on on. You can get it straight from, obviously, Tidy Lab. So perhaps it's something you clicked when you first set them up. And
okay, because I'm actually on Firefox.
Yeah, Firefox and Chrome, I think, are the ones that have got it at the moment. I don't think Edge has got it, or Brave or anything like that.
So if other people want to be able to have the clip option available, how do they get it?
Yeah, you can either get it straight from, like, Tidy Labs, from his old website. It's got everything there you ever need. Or if you just type in Tidy Clips into Google, let's see if that actually comes up. Yep, there we go. So it comes up, Tidy Clips make clips of streams. So you can click that guy. And then you should be able to go, see you got a download Chrome extension or download Firefox extension.
Oh, okay. So do you want to drop that link in chat for them?
Sure.
So in case you guys don't know what a clip is, it's basically you can be in any streamer's channel and make a short clip of their live stream. So what are they? They're like 30 seconds, right? 20 to 30 seconds.
And now you can move them about a bit as well, so you can actually get the actual bit that you want to.
Right, I noticed that. And in the beginning, I didn't. So when you guys clip something, you can actually add more description, like hashtag live music or whatever's going on. But also on the sliders, you can extend or shorten. And like Fatheaded Noob saying, you can grab exactly the piece you were trying to clip.
Yeah.
I've heard something, like I personally asked this, and I believe to you, in a direct message, but I was like, hey, on DLive you have about, videos, replays, earnings, all these tabs. Can we add a tab that's called clips so we can see our clips? The answer was something like, well, it's not part of the same website, or like, can you expand upon that?
That's pretty much it, because Tidy, he hosts Tidy Labs. It's hosted on like the things that he's created. Like I say, it's something that it's him. He made all of that, so it's not directly implemented into DLive. You can see your clips all your clips, every single one of them. If you just go to Tidy Labs and you log in, you'll see all your clips. I'm just going to do it at the same time because it does change like all the time. So then you scroll down and you'll see my clips just under there. So you got home, follow a goal, etc. And then you scroll right down, you go to my clips, and every one of the clips that has been made on your channel will be there.
Now,
So
can you moderate them? Like if somebody clipped you doing something embarrassing that you don't want to have clipped, can I delete a clip?
you can't do that at the moment, but obviously, if there is something like that, every clip has its own name, right? So you can then send it to a staff member or even Tidy, and then it can get removed. So we can
Okay,
remove
okay,
things like that. But obviously, sometimes some things get clipped that people don't want to be seen because they might be doing something naughty, for instance. So, like, we can then take it away and then go, "What? Why do they want this taken away?" If they can make sure it's for the right reason or whatever, and things like that as well. So
sure.
it's still not going to help you if you've been a naughty boy.
Right there, and there's been a bit of that on D Live.
Oh yeah, of
Not too
course.
much. We're all doing pretty well.
Mhm.
So I'd like to talk about you as a streamer a little bit. Um,
Sure.
I was kind of bummed out when you were streaming less with when you became staff, and I really get excited now when I get to see you under the following tab. You know that you're live.
Hmm.
Um, and I noticed like last night, I forget the name of the game, but you were playing an interactive game with other people that was absolutely hilarious, by the way, to watch. Like
Yeah.
stupid, silly fun. What was the name of that game?
Gang beasts.
Gang Beasts. That's right. I bought
Yeah.
it because I want in on the next round.
Yeah, you're welcome, welcome.
So how often do you do like what do you normally stream and when do you normally stream?
It did go down a lot because with it on board of all the staff work, there was a lot of staff work. So sometimes
Right, right.
I have to cater for that. The last month I've been I'm going to say 2 weeks actually. I've been able to do it a lot more because I've managed to manage my time a lot better.
Hmm.
Um, I am 100% a total variety streamer. By that, I do talk shows, I do games, like any kind of game. I play my guitar and sing on stream. I try and keep it as varied as possible. Um, the whole let's play with other streamers. Basically, that came about. I just finished God of War,
Hmm.
and it was a massive game, and it took a lot. And I wanted to go more into multiplayer, but I didn't want to go into the BR. I like BRs, but there's a lot of better people that play the games better than me that play them. So I was like, what else? What else do I enjoy? You know, and so I picked up Doom. Started playing that multiplayer with a few of my followers, and then was it the past say 3-4 days? I was just like, when you're just stuck, you start your stream and you go, oh, what actually am I going to play? It's like,
Right.
I was like, has anyone got Gang Beasts? And I was like, yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. It's okay. Let's just put it out on. That'll be good for 5 minutes. And lo and behold, 4 days later, we're still playing the same game. So,
Well, what caught my
yeah.
attention was when I got to your stream, everybody's laughing hysterically. And I stayed
Yeah.
for like an hour and you're just the whole time everybody's laughing hysterically. It was
That
awesome.
that's exactly what I envision when I stream. I want everyone to be happy. I want everyone to leave with the most positive feeling when they leave my streams. I don't want, unfortunately, it happens, but I don't want people to be sad or anything like that. I don't want people angry or anything. I want people just to, why are these guys laughing? Let's try and get in on the fun. And I try and talk to my chat as much as possible to get them involved, even if they can't play the game for whatever reason it may be. But yeah, I think that game, it all started. Uh, it's like I was trying to throw the one guy off the iceberg, and then it's like he wouldn't go. So I went to pull him on. He's like, "Can you help me?" He's my friend. So I ran over to my friend to go and pull him on the iceberg. Instead of pulling him on the iceberg, I just took his hat and he fell and drowned. So I've just left there with his hat. I'm like,
Oh,
what's
oh
going on here?
man.
He's like, dude, you should have saved me. And then I was like, Jack, like Titanic, Jack, shouting at me. But it's like I think when games start losing your enjoyment is when you should try something different. You know, that's why I think when people pigeonhole themselves, I kind of feel really sorry for them. And this goes up to the big streamer like Ninja down to smaller streamers who play like non-existent games, but they play them a lot. when you pigeonhole yourself in one particular game, it can be difficult to break out because you'll lose the viewers because they're only coming to watch you in that particular game. But you know, you could also lose your entertainment value in that game. So you've always got to be mindful of that, and that's one thing I can't do. I've got a mind like a squirrel. It's like I have to like think about what I'm saying because my brain's already like 20 sentences ahead or different subjects. It just goes off and does its own thing. So I need to try and slow down what I'm saying so I can get out what I'm saying and concentrate on that. So I couldn't concentrate on one game, i.e., pigeonholing. Some people do it and enjoy it. That's great. But if you're going to make a career out of it for a couple of years, I don't know how they do it. I don't. So
I don't either.
This is why I play the fun games. When they stop being fun, I move on, and I can move on because the community I've built knows that I'm going to play various games.
Sure. Yeah, I was the same way. I tried to when I first started streaming here on DLive, it's the first time I ever streamed. And I immediately felt myself getting sucked into that, well, I've got to play the popular game thing. Well, you don't. Play whatever you want to play. Play whatever's going to have you smiling and laughing and engaged because that's what viewers want to see. Not you try to be number one at a game there's already people number one at. Right? Like Apex, we're talking about battle royales, right? Like Apex is probably one of the main ones, PUBG, Fortnite, right? Like I have zero chance of being competitive at those games.
Yeah.
Right? My brain damage, I get dizzy and vertigo. I have trouble even watching those games. So for me to try to force myself to play that, that's counterproductive to me, right? So don't do that, right? Like do whatever's going to bring the best out of you for the people to see.
Yeah, I mean exactly. It's like I was just talking. Actually, I talk about the subjects all the time about pigeonholing and about various other things that you concentrate on that could possibly make you have a negative look on stream, so to speak. When people come to your stream, they want to be entertained. That's what you are. You are a TV program to them. They want to watch an interesting TV program that can talk back. They want to be able to interact and things. So basically, if you say like pigeonhole yourself with a game, or you concentrate, let's say because it's very popular, you concentrate on the CCU that you're not hitting, whether you think it or not, you're going to have a negative thing on your stream. And viewers can see this. They can see it more than you can.
Sure.
And then they're not going to hang around so much. So you're detrimentally damaging your own stream because you're concentrating on something that in actual fact is quite trivial, and can be changed.
So I've never done this on a Fireside chat, but I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to pull off the clip that was made of you yesterday stealing this man's hat.
I didn't steal his hat. I did not. Actually, it's like yoink. It's like,
all right, hold on. I gotta see that again. That's too awesome. Oh, he just grabbed his hat and down he went.
Exactly, and then after it was like Jack. I was laughing for about 10 minutes. After
that is so amazing. I gotta see it one more time. Whoop. There he went.
And the best of it is like, I'd already helped him up beforehand, so he was expecting the same again, and I just grabbed his hat instead. It's like
that's amazing. So, in case you didn't know, that's what a tidy clip looks like. Somebody asked a few times, why are they so short, like 30 seconds? My answer would be probably for storage reasons, right? But
yeah, of course, yeah.
Is that So the idea you can't, the idea is it's a clip, it's a moment, right? So moments are fleeting, not extended periods of time. So.
Of course, yeah, and you've got your VODs, so you can always go and clip them up. I've never done it with Tide Labs, but you can download the VODs, and then you can clip them up how you want if you want longer sections of something anyway. So they don't think that it's necessary to have more than 30 seconds. 30 seconds is quite a long time.
Yeah,
and
it is.
It's storage. Yeah, it's storage.
I was going to say,
thing.
Most of the thing I like clipping when I'm in streamers' channels, and I think it's like that 20-second window is really enough. So having 30 seconds where you can play on either side, because clipping is not an exact science, right? So if you do want to clip a streamer, it's something specific. Say they got a chicken dinner, right? They won the game they're in. Wait 10 seconds past the moment and then start the clip. And you're more likely to get the actual clip that you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it goes a little bit before and a little bit after. So it's like if you think, oh, they've done it now and I didn't clip it. I've waited like 5 seconds, just clip it. You can move it back a little bit, and then you'll probably end up getting it anyway. And then you can shorten the other bit down so you just get the total reaction or whatever it was that you wanted, and you're good to go. And then you can just post that link anywhere. It's like you get them on Twitter. Sometimes if you submit them, DLive will actually feature your clips. Now, obviously, there's things that they can't feature. For instance, if you F-bomb a lot, they can't really feature that because that's
sure.
But it's like anyone can do it. I've seen so many clips from DLive that have been sent to DLive that, I don't know, someone got a jump scare or, there was a glitch in the game and it really made the person laugh and things like that. But I think that's a good thing that DLive do as well, utilizing that clipping system to highlight streamers.
So how would somebody submit a clip to DLive?
If you ever want to do anything like that, it's probably better to talk to a guardian, perhaps, and just go, "Hey, I've got this clip. What do you want me to do with this?" Now, 9 times out of 10, the guardian says, "Send it to me, and then we can deal with it, and things like that." Because then we can directly send it to our DLive team for the editing and whatever else may need to be done with it.
So they would go through Discord.
Direct
message.
Discord is like going to be used like 99% of the time. If you aren't a part of Discord, you're missing out on DLive, like the majority of DLive, because of the way it's changed as well. We've made it more community, like with a verified partner and a global partner being moved into the normal Discord. It's like, it still gives you that safe place where you can just talk to verified partners and global partners, but there's no big wall in between you and the actual other viewers that haven't got that role yet. For instance, affiliates, they are not, they haven't got their own room, so they're still in the DLive general chat.
Yeah, no, even like I've heard musicians say, well, the DLive creative thing is nice, but I wish I had a DLive music Discord. Well, I mean, that could just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Yeah. So instead of having a dozen different DLive Discords, I like the idea that we're trying to keep everybody in the same Discord.
Yeah.
And you just give them different channels.
Exactly. I just think that's more, in my opinion, it seems more community orientated than having something totally different, to have something that's more together. Togetherness is everything, right? And the closer that people are, the more they're going to react with other ones, the more they're going to game with other people. Other people that don't use Discord, sure. But is that going to stop you getting verified partner? Probably not. Because, let's face it, say, I don't know, Lyric, right? He was a very big streamer on Twitch. If Twitch have got a Discord, do you think he talks in that much? Probably not. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't need to. He doesn't, it's like something that was before his time. Do we want you to talk in Discord? Yeah, because we want everyone to be, be a family, just talk to each other. You stop talking to each other, you're not going to, end up with those beautiful friendships that can sparkle from nothing.
Sure. And it's not just Discord, right? Like DLive wants you to be on other social media platforms, for instance, Twitter, right?
Yep.
And the reason that push is made for you guys to join these other social platforms is to help draw traffic to your channel, right? Yeah. To help you be successful and to help other people can help you be successful. We can tag you, we can comment, we can share.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, we want you to be the social butterfly you're intended to be. A lot of people say, I don't want to use social media. I don't want to use this. It's only because they have perhaps some kind of negative reaction to it. But if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, if you're on Discord, right? Let's say you're on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, and then you at official DLive, you've just tagged us, so we see you then. Mm-hmm. And we do see you. Yeah, we may not retweet you. We may retweet you. But maybe we're just looking at your channel so we can get that perfect clip and feature you. So you don't always have to send clips in. Sometimes we'll just be there and be like, oh, that was a nice one. You know. So,
And
you know, we are always watching. Literally, we are always watching.
always. I'm going to
Always.
drop in chat right now. These are hashtags that I use on
Yep.
Twitter, other Facebook, Instagram. So if you guys are looking to expand your channel, copy those hashtags: DLive, DLive Fam, DLive TV. I use also community, stream on DLive, DLive Family, and then DLive has official channels at official DLive, at DLive Retweets, and at DLive Unified.
There's only one official DLive. The other two are run by community. So the official DLive is the only official
Okay.
DLive one. The other two, they're very good. Don't get me wrong. But they are created by users of the platform. But
Okay.
they're really good to also include for sure.
That's fair to. I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know.
Yep.
So now this is a question I always like to ask every streamer. This is a two-part question. What's one thing don't do if you're a streamer because it's going to hurt? What's one thing definitely do because it's going to help?
Don't just don't do follow for follow. That is one thing, and I think you've probably been told that a billion times. Follow for follow is empty follows are nothing. They don't mean anything. Just because you follow that guy and you follow that guy, there's not going to be no support structure there. You want someone that wants to view you. So that is definitely one thing I wouldn't do as a streamer. You know, don't put it in your title, don't put it in your about me. Follow for follow, I've got you. Although it might seem like you're trying to support everyone because you're following for following, it's only going to end up hindering and hurting your channel and their channel because you're not going to be able to see everyone that you go and follow. I've seen people that are following 5,000 people. Can you imagine trying to watch 5,000 people? It's like, you know, you're not going to be able to. Only follow who you can really watch and support at some point. You know what I mean? And that's definitely one thing that I would say don't do as a streamer. Don't follow for follow.
Okay. And then what about something definitely do? It's definitely going to help.
Definitely do. Make friends. Make friends on the platform. That doesn't mean going to someone's chat and go, hello, drop them a diamond and leave. That's nothing. That go in there, spend a good couple of hours, go there a regular basis, start talking to them. Hey, you know, don't even mention you're a streamer. Just go and make some friends. Right. So you go in there, you're like, so you know, what game you're playing? Oh, okay. How long you been on the platform? You know, just like you would start a normal conversation, or do as I do, just go in there and go, what, mate? And they're like, what? Conversation started right away, you know. But it's just like, then you become their friends, and eventually they'll be like, oh, do you stream? And that's going to be more memorable for them to, you know that you stream because you've took the time out of your day to go make friends with them, you know. I think friends are everything.
And I think a lot of people don't realize, a lot of us streamers, if you come into the channel and you start chatting and we find you entertaining and interesting, we're going to click on your name and go to your channel. We're going to see if you're a streamer. We're going to want to know. We're going to want to follow you. We're going to want to interact.
Exactly, yeah. That's the best way to get your name out there. I hear it all the time. How do I get more followers? Like, it's not followers you want. It's supporters, viewers, and family members. That's what you want. Yep. You don't want empty follows. Empty follows are nothing. And like I say, you can have... I've seen streamers with like tens of thousands of followers and they get like 2 viewers. So does it say that they've done it right? Probably not, because they ended up following way too many people. Some of them get lost and then you don't end up, you know, really enjoying who you're watching. You know, you kind of feel forced. I've got to go here now. Got to go here now. Got to go here now. Get my name everywhere so everyone sees who I am. But if, say, for instance, I was in your channel and I'm just there, just chatting normally, eventually you're going to be like, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, so do you stream? Or even not even ask, just go and visit my channel and just check it out anyway. That's what I do. If someone talks to me, I'll be like in my head, I wonder if they stream, and visit the channel. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Is it something that I'd want to watch? Cool. I'll follow that, you know.
Yeah, and I like the way you said it too. You didn't say network, right? That implies you're going into other channels to hopefully it does something for yourself. What you said was go make friends. Like legitimately be in other streams, hanging out, chatting, because you want to get to know the community and you want to get to know that streamer. Like what I've noticed is that as I hop around D Live, I'm seeing a lot of the same names, right? So
Yeah.
when I go into a channel to talk to you, for instance, last night, and I say, what's up, mate? And then half of your viewers are like, hey, it's Joe.
Yeah.
That's great. It feels great. It feels like you're just hanging out with all your friends. It's
hmm
amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, it's D Live. We are community. Anyone that doesn't want community, by all means, go look somewhere else. But community is, and friends, family, they it's what I always was brought up with. I was always brought up with family first, friends first. Keep them right there. And that's what D Live to me is all about. It's not just simply go and network. No, just simply networking doesn't work. Go and make friends. Simple. Do what your mama told you. Go and make some friends.
That's right. And if you're not making friends, maybe you could work on yourself.
That's it. I mean, everybody needs work. There's nobody perfect. Nobody perfect. So always, always, always work on yourself. Is it the way I speak to people? For instance, it's like you saying, "How's it going, mate?" I always just call everyone dude, and then I found that was getting more offensive to people
Mm,
as I progress, like as of lately, because of the way that the world has changed, shall we say.
sure.
But now when I say mate, it's more accepted. Like no one has anything negative to say about it. It's like, oh, how's it
Mm.
going, mate?
See, and
Type
I
thing. So
thought,
that's changing.
because you say mate, I thought you were a British streamer.
Exactly.
I,
That's pretty much where it all come from.
I
So
was very surprised to find out you're in Canada.
yeah,
Now, have
yeah.
you always been in Canada?
Oh no, no. I've only been here 6.5 years.
So you are
Yeah,
from the UK.
yeah, I'm from England. From
Okay.
the West Midlands in England. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So I was like, man, my brain was struggling when you and I were working out, what time zones we were in, and you said Eastern Standard Time. It's like that. How you're in England, man? That doesn't make
I get that
sense.
all the time. Oh, you're supposed to be in bed? Well, no, it's only like 10. What are you talking about? It's like, well, you're English. It's like, oh, I don't live there. It doesn't cross my mind. It's so strange.
That's funny. All right, so yeah, if in case you wanted to know, he's in Canada, but he's from England. Not that it
Yeah.
matters, but I think it's something to note. Can you call a
Yeah.
woman mate? I think you could call anybody mate.
You can call anyone mate. Can they be your mate? Then you can call them your mate.
Yeah.
Simple.
And if you're
A mate is just a
dating,
friend.
they're literally your mate. So I would say yes.
Yeah, exactly. A mate in a totally different sense, but a
Yeah,
very
yeah.
exciting sense. So,
Yeah, when you
anyway,
call me, when I come into your channel, you call me mate. I just go there with it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, there,
we're
it's just the
friends.
way it is, right?
Yeah, we
It's good.
just.
It's okay. We're good. We're good. We're good.
All right, guys. So we've been going a while. By a while, I mean like 3 hours. It doesn't feel like that, amazingly enough.
It really doesn't, no.
So I want to open up the floor. Anybody in the audience, if you have a question for Fatheaded Noob, if it's specific to like D Live in terms of you need answer about something, just message a staff member through Discord. Right? This is more about Fatheaded Noob as an individual and as a streamer. So if you have questions, please start filtering them through the chat, and we'll grab them as they come through. Boxers or briefs? That's a classic question. Classic question.
Hmm. None.
Is
No
it?
joking.
Is this when we X tag it?
Nah, we good, man. It's gotta be briefs, right? It's gotta be briefs.
Gotta be briefs.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, okay. I'm a
yeah,
boxer briefs kind of guy.
yeah. Well, that's
Both.
what.
You gotta
See,
have
that's
both.
when you ask boxes or briefs to me, I still see like three different types of things because boxes and briefs to Americans are different to what I think boxes and briefs are.
Oh, okay.
So your boxer briefs would probably be what I refer to as briefs,
Ah, I see.
whereas the tighty whities are pants.
So thong or jockstrap, is that a different? Is that
Oh,
different?
thong or jockstrap. Well,
That's different.
I don't wear either. If it's gonna be like if it's just gonna be like floss there, then you might as well not wear anything, right?
Well, that's what the jockstrap's for. There's no, then you lose the floss. Just get the support.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you got to go with jockstrap if it's going to be either of them pair for sure.
Here we go. Here we go. So I'm gonna just throw out more questions while we're waiting for the audience. I see you're wearing a D Live hat.
Yep.
Where can I get a D Live hat?
We have a store, actually. I've still got to think of. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Merch store. By the way, the merch store has also a UK site as well. So we got, if you go to the community hub, and then you've got get involved, and then you got merch store.
Sorry, I was busy like chatting with the chat. Please say that again.
Do you want the link or?
Yeah. Let's drop a link in chat so that everybody can find it easily.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I know how to find it and where to find it. I'm basically just trying to help our audience members.
We got lots of things in there, going all the way up to luggage.
Oh God, you even have D Live shot glass now. That's new.
Yeah, gotta get some of those. Right?
All right, so now this is a perfect chance for me to ask a question that has been asked to me. And I try not to bring this up too much on the stream because I feel it's a personal thing, not necessarily a D Live thing. But what is D Live's official stance on people drinking alcohol for donations? Right? Like drinking on stream, everything done in moderation, X tag, whatever, right? But actually putting in their title, Ninjagini equals shot or something like that.
Yeah. Obviously, it all comes down to, as you've mentioned, whether it's an abuse or moderation. By all means, when you're X tagged, you're an adult. Well, you should be able to look after yourself. If you want to put it in your title, that's fine. X tagged, remember, is not shown anywhere unless you click that X tag. So it's not trying to push it to younger audiences or anything like that.
Right.
If you're promoting that, drinking this fine vodka, blah, 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 is going to do me the world of good. Obviously, it's false promotion. You're not allowed to promote things like that, the same as drug use. You're not allowed to promote it. If you do it, fine. If you're doing in your title, say, shot for tequila or something like that, then that's okay if you've got X tag on. But if you start getting inebriated, then we may be forced to close your channel if you don't close it on your own accord. Sure. We will check it out and we'll be like, I think you've had a bit too much. Going to need you to end your stream, things like that. But if it's all fun and games and you're X tagged, we want you to have fun. That's what streaming's about. Sure. Go for it.
Yeah, and I knew that. I just wanted to clarify for some folks. Really, when it comes down to like drinking on stream isn't prohibited. What is prohibited is self-harm.
Exactly.
So if you're blacking out and you're throwing up, things like that, that's bad. That's self-harm. That's not allowed. I like to watch a particular individual on Friday nights, and I've found him asleep on stream before, passed out. And so I've messaged a guardian and say, hey, do you mind taking my buddy offline? He's farting and snoring. And they're like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, by all means, we can do that. And if we do take anyone off, even if they've just fell asleep on stream and things like that, before they go back live or allow us to go back live, we will contact them to make sure that everything is okay and to make sure that they know why it actually happened, regardless of whether it's like, say, for instance, you come to me about your friend or anything like that. We'll make sure that they are fine first before going any further, because that's, being a community staff, we need to make sure that you're all doing okay. Are you drinking because, I don't know, say, for instance, you've lost your job and you're excessively drinking every night?
Sure.
For instance, we want to try and help you. By all means, we're not psychologists or psychiatrists or anything like that, but we still want to make sure that you're okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's see. Violent Hippie wanted to know, what's your favorite thing about D Live?
Community, 100%. Without even thinking about it, community. It's a family. It's my family. It's my home. The best thing about D Live is the community that is in it. The support structure of every single one of them is just, it blows my mind. It just blows my mind how beautiful it is. You know what I mean? And I don't want to say that like a kind of, if you want, piss take way. It's not a piss take way. It's me being genuine. I love the fact that everyone, just look at your chat right now, Joe. If you look at them, they're always having a nice conversation about anything. It's cool. What a community. No matter what channel you go to, the same community. all the time, sticking, hanging out, having a bit of a laugh, supporting each other. Globals, talking to staff members, talking to, you know, people that are just viewers. It's like, what? It's just beautiful to me that the amount of family orientated community it is.
Absolutely. All right, now somebody asked while we were talking about drinking on stream and if you should X tag and all that. Somebody asked, well, what about smoking pot? So marijuana, would that be like, for instance, I live in a state in the United States where medical marijuana is a thing. I have a medical marijuana license, so legally I could be consuming that. But what is D Live's take on that?
If it's legal where you are, it's fine. But you can't promote it as well. So, for instance, you couldn't say, I'll take 2 joints for a Ninja Guinea type thing. I'll smoke 2 joints for, it's promoting that drug use. You aren't allowed to do that.
Well, right, but
It's
you
more,
said you could have alcohol for, right?
yeah.
So,
This is the difference, and because alcohol is more accepted in, say, for instance, more states. For instance, it's
oh,
not
sure,
limited
sure.
to that state, that state, that state.
I see.
With drug use, you're allowed to. So, like for instance, where I am, you're allowed to smoke marijuana. It's legal here. So I could sit here and I could smoke it, and if anyone else, I'd be like, yeah, I'm in this province of Canada where it's legal, so I'm allowed to do this. I wouldn't be able to go, oh, you need to go out and try this stuff. Here's the link in my chat, promoting it. You're not
Right,
allowed to
right.
do that.
Now, but does it need to be X tagged?
Yeah, it needs to be
Okay.
X tagged. If you're gonna do it and pretty much be the face on cam, and it's gonna be part of your main content, X tag. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, like I don't use marijuana on stream ever. And that's just a personal choice, right? Like it's medicine to me. I don't know why you would take your medicine on stream. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like but
Yeah.
that's just for me. I got medically retired from military. That was a medication given to me. It's just medicine. But I have seen people smoking on stream that weren't,
hmm
and I think it was NSFW tag at the time,
hmm
didn't have the tag on. But that's why these sort of conversations are so helpful, because you guys as staff members, you're not trying to smash our bag, right? You're
No, of
just trying to
course.
keep a safe, happy place for all of us to
Mm.
be.
I mean, you think about it. If smoking marijuana and drinking, that is an adult orientated thing. So you should be an X tag because you have an adult orientated stream.
Sure.
You know. So it's you gotta kind of like think about it. It's like, I don't know. Someone asked me the other day. It's like, are games? Can you play any game without X tag? It's like, no, not really. It's like, for instance, there's RP GTA 5. You're not supposed to. There is MK11, Mortal Kombat 11, because it's so blood and gory, needs to be X
Mm.
tagged. A lot of people don't.
I
It's
would
not going to
say
be,
I
you
didn't
know,
realize that you wanted the more graphic video games. Like, obviously nudity in a video game, but I didn't know
hmm,
that blood and gore in a video game was necessarily an X tag
yeah.
thing.
It's not like an imperative X tag. It's just that, if that's going to be included, you need to be mindful of, what you want in your stream. For instance, like for me, I X tag it. Do I have to X tag it? No, but I X tag it because I want to try and lead by example.
Mm.
I think that a more adult orientated game like that should be X tagged. It's promoting cutting people's heads off and things like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I know it's all fun and games, but you still got to think about what you want to portray as a streamer, as a content creator.
Right. Now, if, let's say I'm doing something on stream that should be X tagged. Like, for instance, say I'm playing a bloody video game and I didn't
Mhm.
realize, are you going to take me offline? Are you going
No.
to automatically X tag me? Like, how do I know?
Okay. Well, first of all, we'll come in. We try to talk to you. First means of contact. We always try and talk to you. Hey, we've noticed you're doing this. We prefer you X tag this, or you didn't play this, or for instance, just because of this reason. And then it's up to you. And then we give you the opportunity to rectify that by either X tagging yourself, or if it's something that's not supposed to be shown, by taking it off screen, etc. We don't auto ban. We don't auto NSFW unless we have to. If you don't stick by the rules or you refuse to, then of course it can be applied. But we don't like doing that. We like to give you the control. We don't want to be there moderating and controlling your channel all the time. We want you to be able to respectfully adjudicate your own stream. You know.
Now, there's been some talk, especially with the new CCU requirements about there's not enough people on D Live. We can't all hit the CCU requirements. We're sharing
Mhm.
viewers, right? This sort of talk. So I don't really want to talk about that specifically. It just leads more to a question. What sort of viewership numbers have you seen? I don't know if you have literal, like there's 300,000 people on D Live. I don't know if you have exact numbers or whatever, but are you seeing an exponential growth in viewers on the platform?
Yeah. 100%. Every month we have obviously analytics that we can see,
Hmm.
because we need to not monetize. We need to monitor of how things progress. Did we do, for instance, when we did this event with Jack Black and PewDiePie, did it help or hinder the platform?
Hmm.
When we introduced this particular um, benefit into the platform, for instance, when we gave gift subs, did that help or hinder? So we need to obviously go through that. Um, and I can, it's like you have the month when PewDiePie came. Obviously, that was a big up. The next month wasn't as big up, but it was still a big up, etc. It's always on the rise. It hasn't really dropped. It's dropped in the acceleration, which is going to happen, right? From say PewDiePie when he came, that was a massive acceleration,
Sure.
but it hasn't stopped getting more and more and more. The snowball's got really big at the moment, so it's slowing down as it turns, as it pulls up
Hmm.
more snow, and
Hmm.
that's literally what's going on with D Live at the moment. But it's definitely still growing.
Did you notice a benefit from the Jack Black PewDiePie stream?
I'm a big fan of Jack, so I'm going to be a little bit biased here, but um, I did personally. I actually found, besides a lot more people play Minecraft, I actually seen like more people collaborate with each other. That's what I noticed, and I thought that was a really really good thing about D Live. And in fact, it's one of the features that I want that I didn't mention earlier about split screen um, dual streaming. So like my channel and your channel could be on the same
Oh,
screen,
so
but
like
also
what
your
we're
chat.
doing now, but it would be a built-in feature.
Yeah,
I see.
but you can also have your chat also implemented with each other. So when you're playing
Oh,
collaboration games,
that
and
would
I,
be
I think that would be
awesome to
cool.
have the collaborative chat.
Yeah, I just think that it just breeds community to me. It really does, and the more community type things we can get, the better.
Yeah,
But like I say,
I agree.
the whole Jack Black PewDiePie thing, it made more people play games together. From what I
Now,
actually seen, just going through the platform.
so that leads is a perfect segue to community events.
Hmm.
I've noticed actually an uptick in community events with D Live in the last several months. Is that intentional, or was I just missing the community events before?
No, basically, we did have obviously community events before, but we kind of like didn't have them as much. We're trying to make them more frequent because obviously we want more community, and because there's more community to get these events and get people involved in them, we're going to make more and more of them. Um, unfortunately, it isn't like to everyone's taste because pretty much BR all the times, right? Battle royales and PUBGs and things like that. But
Right.
you know, the if we have your feedback of what you'd like to see, like a lot of people that have talked to me and said we want more console orientated like events and things like that. Cool, okay, thanks for letting us know. We can push that going forward, type thing. And they say, and then like they'll come back the month after and be like, oh, it still hasn't happened. Just like things take a little bit of time, and that's what's happened with all these events that you see coming up now. We've planned for them to happen, when we've got like the growth coming in, so we can actually like we can benefit besides you benefit from the people being in the platform, looking at those glorious numbers of people interacting with each other. And so yeah, it's like has become more of a common thing, and we're going to make it more of a common thing as D Love grows. We're always going to have these events, and we're always going to try and include as many people as we possibly can. For sure, yeah. So yeah, it
Well,
was a bit slow to begin with, but it has got a lot more.
I appreciate the variety of community events we've had up to this point. I saw, like Dale mentioned this earlier in chat, but we were talking about mental health awareness with streamers, and some of us struggle, you know. And I
Mhm.
really appreciated the mental health awareness community event that D Live had. And
Yeah.
so, like for that event, I've had issues with depression, major depressive disorder, and social anxiety. And so for that event, I thought, well, I don't want to just sit here all serious and talk about it because that's not necessarily entertaining. And
Mhm.
I need that's the idea of live streaming, is to be entertaining. So what I did was I dressed silly. I wore a big butterfly collar. I, you know, brushed my beard so it looked all homeless and crazy. And I just did a 3 hour stream about how impressive my beard is, and and how amazing it is, right? But during that stream, I talked about mental health awareness, and I talked about, you know, the propensity for us to struggle with depression and anxiety, and how to combat that, right? So
Mhm.
I don't know if that's what D Life had in mind when they said, "Hey, let's have a mental health awareness community event," but that's kind of how I took it. When you guys came up with that idea, what was the intended result? Just to bring awareness, or
Pretty much, yeah. Because especially, I mean, what I noticed, especially when I was growing up, that and even still today, mental health has a big stigma about it. Perhaps not as much today, but it doesn't get recognized as much as it should. So
Hmm,
it's like, okay, what are we going to do? Let's let our community decide what they want to do, but we're going to help them like with hashtags and perhaps put it in the forefront for for them to do what they want with. Now, if you wanted to do exactly what you did, or if you wanted to have serious talks about it, that is up to you how you want to do it. Everyone does things differently.
sure.
But yeah, it's definitely, I think, breaking it out, and because breaking out of its stigma, and because that streaming and mental health pretty much go hand in hand,
Hmm,
you'll notice that the majority of content creators, one way or another, have had dealings or are dealing with some kind of mental issue.
definitely.
Um,
Most of my guests have been very open about it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like I've dealt with things. I don't really talk about them too much, because I don't think it's necessary for people to know of the ins and outs and everything. But I've dealt with it. I mean, I'm borderline bipolar myself, and I've dealt with a few other really serious things that I kind of come out the other side, and people are like, "Don't you wish that never happened?" It's like, no, because I wouldn't be who I am now. You know what I
Right.
mean? So I wish it happened. I'm glad it happened because it made me who I am. Is what I'm trying to say. And I think that that's a good thing about us pushing the whole mental health awareness out there, is to let people know that they aren't alone. There are so many people out there that are pretty much in a similar, not the same, similar circumstance to you. And you all you need to do is just talk to people, and you'll probably find that they've got more in common with you than you think. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because being alone, there's nothing worse than being alone and thinking that you've got no options and no answers. Whereas you can just talk to that person who you would never have even met if it wasn't for a social network or even for the internet. And
Exactly.
that's the beauty of D Live. In fact, that's the beauty of any social network, is that you can find somebody within 2 minutes who lives a couple of thousand miles away, who is pretty much the same as you, and making it aware to people that they aren't alone. I think it just needs pretty much saying every day, you aren't alone and you aren't. But it's so hard to make people believe that, right?
Very true. Very true. Well, how about this? And I think this is important to talk about. There are a lot of new streamers that when they come on to streaming, they have this idea that they're going to be instantly famous, and there's going to be a ton of people in the channel, and they're going to make a ton of money. And there's also a contingency that don't think anything like that, but they still basically put their sense of self-worth and their the only like endorphin hits they get are when they're streaming and people donate and people chat, right? And then they have trouble with, they turn off the stream and immediately drop into a depression,
Hmm.
right? Do you think is there a way to help that or to mitigate that sort of mental response?
That's a quite a difficult question to answer because obviously every single person's different. For a start, but if you're streaming and you get that hit, and then when you're off stream, you find it difficult to deal with yourself or deal with your emotions or anything like that. I think you need to perhaps look at not like say quitting stream or anything like that, because obviously it's your vice to get the endorphins going, but you need to try and, this is going to sound silly, but you need to try and talk to yourself about why that is so particular that a stranger is making you feel that good. Is there
Mm,
a way that you can harness that to, I mean, off stream, right? You've still had all that benefit of someone else going, hey, I appreciate you. You should hold on to that even when you're off stream, because someone has seen how amazing you are.
mm,
And if it's not like giving you money or something like that, they've just shown their appreciation. That's all they've done. Now you can show yourself exact same appreciation. You sit back after stream as soon as them feelings start coming up, and you think about all of those people who just appreciated you for being you.
mhm,
How amazing are you to, you know, get that on stream? You're still the same person off stream. You're not, you're not a particular, you're not this hype zone or whatever, on stream, and that's what they're donating to, or that's who they're talking to. You are you. So, and because they've shown that respect for you on stream, you're still the exact person off stream. So just think about that one. You are no different off stream, and that makes you, and they appreciate you when they see you. You're amazing. So why not just look at yourself and just how amazing are you? Talk to yourself. I'm in control. Keep that smile beaming and that head up, because you are, I nearly swore, you're amazing, you know. And you are, you've just got to try and push that into you of, they show it on stream. So if they met you in real life, they'd show you off stream as well. So why don't you show yourself a bit of um TLC, tender loving care?
mm.
Because, I think that's what most people forget. You don't need to be justified and appreciated by anyone, because you're just freaking amazing. There's nothing wrong with you at all. When you come off stream, you're not a different person. So if you're going to fall into that depression, you think, well, do I need to change? No, because if you change when you go back on stream, you're not going to be yourself. So just stick to as much as yourself as you can. You're perfect. There's nothing wrong with you.
That's
You
awesome.
know.
That's actually, I really like the point you made, which is you're not any less special because you're not currently online,
Yeah,
right?
it's 100%. Yeah.
So this is a question that I like to ask streamers. I forget to ask some of them, but I think for you, you've seen 5 years of streaming on Mixer and YouTube and D Live before and D Live now, and right. Do you find that it's important to take time off from streaming?
Yeah, 100%,
Mm,
100%. It doesn't matter if you're a full time streamer or not, right? You need to take time out for you and your head, and
mm.
for you to go and talk to other people. You need to take time out just to sit back and appreciate how you are. Again, keep going back to that, appreciate yourself. You've got to make sure you appreciate yourself. If you can't appreciate yourself, you kind of expect anyone else to appreciate you. You know what I mean? So when you take that break, if you stream 7 days a week, right, and you do 12 hours a day, yeah, you might be fine for the first couple of weeks. After a while, you're going to feel tired. You're going to feel exhausted. It's not because you're working hard. It's because you've got no time to appreciate yourself. So you need to take time out, go and chat with some of your friends that you've just made. Not network. Go and make some other friends. Go and talk to someone else. Show them the love. You know what I mean? Spread it around. Show them how amazing you are. Don't just think that you've got to stop in front of that camera and just be like, right, I'm going to play this game. I'm going to be amazing at this game 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Here's me going. Because you're just going to end up effing yourself over, to put it politely. And you will. I've seen it happen. And then people, they end up burning themselves out, and then they can't find themselves again. That's the
Yes,
scary part.
streamer burnout is real.
It is. It is. Like I say, and then they can't find themselves. If they can't find themselves, they can't get back into streaming. Or when they do get into streaming, they're a totally different person. I've seen that happen as well.
So you mean
So,
they start to put on a facade for like acting for the camera, and then they forget who they really were? Is that what you
well,
mean?
it's like because you think about it, right? When you first press start, right? When you first ever pressed start, right? You weren't a streamer.
Right.
As soon as you press start, you're a streamer, right? Very first stream anywhere, right? And then you're being yourself, and then as you start doing the same thing over and over and over again, you may find yourself changing to be something that you're not.
Mm,
And then basically when you start getting burnout, you start focusing on negative things and putting that negative thing into the forefront. When you start putting the negative thing into the forefront, you're only going to damage yourself and the stream. And it's yourself that you should be more proud of than anything else. Take the time out, have a little time to have a rest, because then you'll always be the same consistent self. You know,
sure.
5 days of perfect you is better than 7 days of trash you. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, actually, I fell into that trap when I first started streaming on D Live. It was March 1st, and I
Mhm.
streamed for 113 days straight. Now, not on purpose. I don't know, right? I don't know why. I just got into a habit of gotta stream, gotta stream, gotta stream. And I was the last like couple weeks of that, there was a few times for sure that I went to sit down and get everything ready to stream, and I was like, I don't want to stream. I don't feel it. I don't, and I did
Mhm.
anyway. I made myself stream. And then I thought I finally, almost by accident, took a day off because like once a week I like to go out and help people in the community. It's just something I do for my for my personal well-being, is to go help other people. And so I went out to help this guy. It turned into a whole day deal. I didn't get to stream, and the next day I actually realized I felt better because I hadn't had to stream the day before. So I took that day off too. And then it turned out that's really good for you.
Yeah.
It's really
Believe it or
good for
not,
you.
yeah. Believe it or not, rest is great.
Yeah, it's amazing how helpful that is. Mentally, physically, the whole thing. It just, you come back feeling invigorated again, right?
Hmm.
Even for
Yeah.
a day off, 1 day off, 2 days off. It's so important to do that.
Yeah, 100%. Like I say, if you don't take time for yourself, then you're going to end up being the wrong you, and
Hmm.
then portraying the wrong you. Some people can get away with it for some time, but you'll see it with any person, no matter what job or stream or whatever they're doing, if they do it constantly and don't give them time for themselves, they're going to break, you know,
Well, and this
unfortunately.
is kind of in the same vein. What's your feeling on like 12 and 24-hour streams?
They're okay occasionally, and by occasionally I mean at the maximum once a month,
Hmm.
at the very maximum. Your body needs time to sleep. Simple, right? By all means, it's good to do it for like special occasions, for like charity and stuff. In fact, there's a person in your chat that sometimes she does massive streams, and I give a heck for it. She'll be like doing like 20, 30 hour streams, and I give a heck for it. I'm like, stop that, because it's not going to help you. Split it up, take some time for yourself. Um, Doing like 24-hour stream for any reason is a lot of stress in your body.
Hmm.
A lot of stress. In fact, there was a guy a good few months ago, and he did a 24-hour stream on Twitch, and he died from it. Too much stress on his body.
Damn.
So you need to be mindful of it, like big time.
Wow.
You know what
I
I
mean, I
mean?
knew it was bad for you, but I hadn't heard that. But it
Yeah. Well,
makes,
you. No, sorry.
I was going to say, well, it makes sense because people start pounding coffee and energy drinks and other things to try to help.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like if you think that your body needs help to stay awake, then there's an issue. You know what I mean? You need to go and give your body some proper rest. You know, of course we all love coffee. I mean, it's just the way it is, right? But like, yeah, it's like if you don't sleep for 24 hours, in the say 8 of those hours, right, your body is going to be through so much stress. I think it's up to 8 times more stress than normal.
Wow.
So you need to be really careful. While they may seem good and they may seem good for charity and doing it for a good reason, but my hat's off to you if you can do it. I can barely do like 12. My hat's off to you, but you've got to be more mindful. Your body needs the rest. It does need rest. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to sleep, right?
Oh,
Just you know, just be really mindful of it. My honest opinion of them, like say, the maximum to do them is maybe at the very most once a month. But make sure your body is ready before you do it.
oh
Get
God.
that needed rest in.
Ah, sorry. Damn centipede crawling across the wall over here. It's like, you got the freaking willies. I live next to the lake, so sometimes the bugs get inside. That was like, I'm sitting here looking at the screen, and there's a centipede crawling under it. Like, no, 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 no.
But you handled it better than most people, right? Most people were like, ah!
Oh, on the inside I was. On the inside I was. Yeah, yeah. Not a bug guy.
See, they don't bother me. Bugs don't bother me at all.
Oh, all right, all right. Any more questions? Please put them into chat. We've been going 3 hours and 35 minutes. It's amazing.
What was the record again?
Oh, you know what? Hey, this is how we find out. Hold on, we can find out. Exclamation point YouTube will give you the link to all of the Fireside chats I've done up to this point. And there's been this kind of like undercurrent between some of the guests, like, hey, who's got the longest Fireside chat? Well, I believe up till now, by 1 minute, it's been the God Keshin at 3 hours and 32 minutes, who beat out Cincy. Or no, who beat out Sean Hawk at 3 hours and 31 minutes. Less than a minute. So, yeah, Mr.
We're on 3:30 at the moment. We've only got 2 minutes, but 3 minutes, and then I've got it. Yes.
Yes, you got it. According to my OBS, 3 hours and 36 minutes. So it is now you, sir.
Yeah. It's because with Joe so good, Joe. I mean, you're such a good interviewer. I like watching a lot of your streams, and I do lurk a lot because most of the time I'm at work. But I think you just make people feel so comfortable, and you ask the right questions. You don't try and push for something they don't want to say or anything like that, which makes you the perfect, an amazing host.
Well, and it comes down to like, for instance, last night, my guest that I had on the show, if I had started the interview with, hey, were you ever abused as children? They wouldn't have gone well. There wouldn't have been an answer, right? But I just said, hey, you know what? How did your career develop? How did you become such a caring, musically inclined individual? Then they decided to go back and tell me some of the things that shaped their reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I find that's definitely the best way to go about it, right? Like, don't ask specific hard-hitting questions. Let them lead themselves to whatever topic they have, on their minds.
Mm-hmm. And 100%, yeah.
Like when I had Chaotic on the show, she's very open about her struggles with depression, right, and mental illness, and so we were talking about that. And after our conversation, she said, well, why didn't you ask me these particular questions to get me to talk about it more? And I said, because I didn't want to put you on the spot, right? I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I want anybody to say anything they want or not say anything that they don't want.
Yeah,
so
of course, yeah.
It's pretty awesome. But I know that you do regular panels, so I'm going to put a plug in for myself. I will be on your show anytime you want, my friend.
Oh, yeah?
If you
what
run
do
out
next Sunday?
All right, I'm gonna write it down. Sunday. What time?
Next Sunday it is. We start at 2 p.m. Eastern.
2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, if that's good with you.
Yeah, I'm in.
Awesome. There we go. Dates. Another date.
Boom. So if you guys want to see more of this sort of chat, let's look at the calendar here so we get this right. August 11th, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'm going to be on Fat-Headed Noob's show.
Eastern Standard Time.
What did I say?
You said Central. You said your time.
Oh, shit. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is an hour earlier, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So
yeah,
sometime shortly after lunch.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Awesome.
That's awesome, man. I'm excited about that. Also had
should
depression.
be good.
So little sis is saying also has depression. Don't mind talking to anyone about it. Yeah, that's what's so amazing about this D Live family. Like we have a lot of the same struggles, and all humans have the same struggles and the same cares and the same necessities, right? So the beautiful thing about D Live is an international platform. We're just meeting each other as world citizens, right? Not as
Hmm.
particular religion or particular nationality or any of that. And I love
Yeah.
it. That's my personally that's my favorite thing about D Live is that it breaks down the national and religious and racial and all these other barriers that are often used to separate us as people.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's like a lot of things, though, isn't it? It's like what I like you touched on with the D Live is just the togetherness of the whole thing. That it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what you've done. Yeah, we love you all the same type thing. You know what I mean? You're all accepted, and that's
Hmm.
just I don't know. I don't know any other platform that does that. I really don't.
I mean that well the whole thing with the Guardians, the only platform to have an all volunteer crew of people basically working full time because of their passion for the platform and the community.
Hmm.
Absolutely. But I do want to say this, and I've said this in other fireside chats. It's important that your entire reality isn't based online, right? Like for D Live, our family, we're online. It's still important as an organic person, as a human being, that you get sunshine and that you get fresh air and that you are engaged with the other human beings that you live near, right? Like leave your house, go talk to people face to face. It's very important.
Hmm.
I mean, have
I
you?
said this just yesterday. Just yesterday, I said the same thing. I was like, in many ways, the internet is a beautiful thing, but in another way, it's too much of an enabler to shut yourself off from the rest of the world. The
Mhm.
world is beautiful. Go out and just have a look around. It doesn't matter how great it may seem, doesn't matter how dark it may seem, or whether it's raining. Go out, experience that nature. The world is beautiful. Um, Experience it while you can, because let's face it, it's there's some things out there that won't be around forever. There's some things that will be around forever. Go and have a social interaction with someone in real life. It may be difficult to begin with, but all good things are difficult to achieve.
Actually, and you know what's interesting is when moved to a new town I've never lived in last year, and I started streaming on D Live just a few months after I got here.
Hmm.
I didn't make any friends in town at all. I didn't know anybody out in town. All my friends were on D Live, and like I said, I streamed that over 100 days straight. And I could feel myself getting weird, like antisocial and depressed is a good word. And I started forcing myself every day, at least once, I walk outside of my house, right? Like, yeah, walk down to the dock by the lake, walk out to the mailbox, any little thing, go out of your home at least once a day for at least a few minutes, right? And
Yeah.
then I started doing that more and more. Now I've got a handful of friends in town, and I've got several places I'm starting to go to the park, and I'm throwing disc golf, and I'm helping more in the community, and so it was. What's interesting is it kind of worked in reverse for me. D Live was the only interaction I was getting with other human beings. Then I realized that's not healthy, and it actually pushed me to be more social in town.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like that's pretty much what I do myself, Joe. It's like, I do spend a lot of time like with computers and stuff. I'm an IT technician and obviously working for D Live. It's kind of like the two things that have like got the majority of my time. But I always make time to just go and take a walk down by the park down the road or by the water. Just go and sit down on a bench and just take it in. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter if it's raining or snowing. I don't like driving in the snow, but walking in the snow, I love just the feel of nature.
Hmm.
I love to go to and see what's just down the road. It could just be like, I don't know, watching some I don't know, kids play over there or some dogs running over there type thing. You know what I mean? It's just like to see that people interacting outside of the internet, I think is an amazing thing. The people to have, their own lives outside of this electronicness that is known. It's like there was a movie so long ago, wasn't there? Lawnmower Man. And Job, he wanted to be a part of this virtual reality system, this computer system that he had built. So he then became a part of that thing. It's kind of like the metaphor that they use there. The metaphor is like, you know, if you let it consume you, you're going to turn into something that you don't want to be, because you turn into like some kind of crazy killing person. But not that you're going to turn into killers if you stop online, but
Right.
what I mean is like, don't let it consume you and turn you into what you're not. Go outside, experience the beauty that is out there. Just go and feel the sun on your skin, the wind on your face. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what's funny? The one thing D Live did spoil me for is how international it is, right? So
Hmm.
you're getting this constant influx of new realities. Where like when I go outside, it's pretty much Arkansas. You know, like it's you're in the South. People have a certain way to think and live and act, and so D Live kind of spoiled me because you get everybody, and I really like that. You know, it's
Yeah,
you focus less on your differences on D Live because we're all different.
yeah, yeah. It's beautiful to notice that so many different cultures, so many different communities, so many different people from all different kinds of scenarios, backgrounds, whatever, they can all just come together and just be like amazing. It's like, I don't know, say Cheech, for instance, he's in Australia, and it's just like, speak to someone that far away, and then like, oh, it's like, it's cold today. It's like, oh, what is it? It's 14 degrees centigrade isn't cold. You know what I mean? Things like that. It's like, just, and then just like talking to people. It's like one of my friends that I talk to quite often lately, Hardy. She's bloodlines Finnish, so she's going to teach me how to speak Finnish and things like that. And yeah, I was
Nice.
like, I like to be able to be involved in different cultures, and that's what being online enables you to do. It enables you to expand your outlook on different people and how communities react together and things like that. It's not just this thing that you see on the news where this and that and the other things happened, it's all kind of negative. There is so much positivity out there, which is the amazing thing about the internet. At the same time, it shows you those windows to everything else, you know.
Sure. Let's see. Since Super Sport says, since I've been on D Live, I've known a bit of Turkish, understand the metric system, and know almost every time zone. That's awesome. That's what's funny. Never spoke Turkish before D Live. Yeah, never worked with the metric system. Never had to worry about the conversion between Irish time and Arkansas time. So yeah, that's kind of a great point, Super Sport. Like we're
Yeah.
it, I never expected when I started streaming for it to be what it is now. Like I thought I just want to be a bigger part of this. Now it's like it's a huge part of my life.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's funny too because when I just thought about it, it's not streaming that's a huge part of my life. It's D Live that's a huge part of my
Mhm.
life because I
Mhm.
spend way more time as a viewer than I do as a streamer.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty much the same. Like I say, it's like, what's the first thing I do when I get home? Turn on D Live, see who's about. Not necessarily my followers, just see who's about, see what's going on. You know what I mean? It's just the community, the people. I'm on Discord like pretty much 24/7. Just talk to people. I like to talk to people. I like to experience the different communities. And I'm not just in the D Live English one, I'm in the Turkish one and the Georgian one. Because then I get to experience their communities. Can I understand what they're saying most of the time?
did they
Not
say
really,
did they
but
say Turkish only, please?
they don't actually. That is one thing actually. Is like the English side of it, always like, oh, English only, English only. But you go to the Turk side, and all they refer to you is bro. Hey, bro, how's it going, bro? And dude, it's so, I don't know. I love it. I do. Like sometimes, Red Jeppy. He's the head of community, head of global community. He streams occasionally, and I've been in his chat, and they were stopping up all night, just like because I think Red couldn't sleep or something. And I was like, well, I've got to go to bed now. And I was like, oh, come on, bro, stay up with us, bro. Come on, bro. And it just put a smile on my face that even a community that I am not really a part of was so accepting of someone like me.
Sure,
I
sure.
thought, and the same with pretty much any community on this whole platform. You can go into anyone's stream, and they don't expect you to donate. They don't expect you to subscribe. They don't expect you to follow. But you speak, and they'll speak to you right back, no matter who it is. And I've noticed that from the new streamers to the OG streamers. I notice it all over the place, no matter where I go, and it's not just because the badge, because I used to do it before.
All right, now I have a question that I personally want to ask.
Uh huh.
This is specifically because of my frustrations that I've had on D Live. I like to do something every Thursday night. I call it Thursday night game night, where I play interactive audience participation games. And right
Hmm.
now they're just Jackbox games, right? But the lag delay on D Live is 10 to 12 seconds on average. And that really screws up audience participation games. Like half of them we
Hmm.
can't even play.
Yeah.
So obviously, we've talked about D Live working to make this a better experience for everyone. Is that something that's being addressed?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we want the delay to be as low as possible. And it is something that we obviously will work towards as we grow the infrastructure of DLive.
Hmm.
As the things get better and we get more nodes, etc., and things like that, then we'll be able to improve delay. Um, could it be lowered like instantly? No, it's not. It's not as
Hmm.
easy as that. It will take some time. It will take time, but we are working towards it 100%.
Sure. So, because I've had people talk to me about Mixer, and they're saying basically it's instantaneous, right? Like within a second or something, the delay. Um, I don't have any experience in Mixer, so I can't say for sure if that's the case or not. But how long would it take DLive from its current, like a year, 2 years, 3 years, to have that sort of infrastructure to lower the delay to something like a few seconds?
I mean, we're always working on it, like pretty much weekly to try and work out how to allocate enough bandwidth, so to speak, so we can pull the delay down compared to how many users we got. But if we keep growing exponentially, the bandwidth that we've just made up to make the delay lower has just got eaten up by those extra people.
Mm.
So it's like a really difficult thing to adjudicate as we're going forward. As we are approaching our first birthday on the Lino blockchain, um, I do think that like next year we are going to be working towards certainly cutting down. So I would suspect by this time next year that it'll be a lot lower. Will it be as fast as FTL? I don't know. Will it be as low as Twitch? I don't know. But it will definitely be being worked on to pull it down lower. I think there's a just possibility. I'm not obviously I don't know what the engineers are up to or how fast they're working on things or anything like that. But we are hoping to at least get it down to like 3 or 4 seconds within a short time frame.
Mm. That would be
Even that three or
amazing.
four seconds would be amazing.
Yeah, yeah. 3 or 4 seconds is definitely manageable.
Yeah.
Definitely. That would, I mean, that would greatly enhance the interaction.
Yeah, 100%. The first place I started actually, Hitbox, they had about 4 seconds, and it was amazing because you got enough time to do stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like even currently right now with the Jackbox games, even by selecting extended timers, sometimes that's still not even enough. So
Hmm.
that's basically where that question came from. Is
And,
there? Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just thinking, I was like, that's it.
Oh, okay. Is there anything? Again, you have a non-disclosure agreement, so I am aware of that. Is there
Yeah.
anything coming with D Live that's new or exciting to you that you are allowed to talk about?
No.
No,
I
no.
mean, there is something really cool going to be happening, but
But we can't
I
talk about it.
can't. No.
All right. Hashtag no. Okay. Fine. Fine, man.
Hashtag
Fine.
no.
Um, what's the next community event? Is there one planned?
Community event. I don't know what exactly the new thing that's coming up. I know that they're doing a PUBG one at the moment.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's
but
a European
there's
tournament, right?
yeah. It's just so we can get more of the obviously the EU people involved in things because it seems to be dropping off a little bit.
Actually, the
Um,
dates on this, it's already ended. It says if
yeah,
you
I think I wasn't sure if it had ended actually,
July 28th. Yeah, that's almost a week ago.
but
Wow.
it was only advertised the other day.
We need somebody to update the community news, buddy. This says June 24th to July 28th, and it's August
Well
5th.
then. Yeah,
Yes.
I'll tell them about that. That's not my job. That is not my
Right.
job.
No. Hey,
No.
I was
But
trying
yeah,
to show an example of community news. I didn't know it was, a lag
no.
by a week.
A lot of the time you'll see them over here, won't you? The PUBG mobile squads. But I think that was actually delayed. So you got June 24th to July 28th.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's August
Um,
5th.
yeah. So that ended last week.
Yeah, a week ago.
I can't believe it was a week. I can't believe it's Monday, to be honest with you.
It is.
But yeah, we are working on other community events. I don't really know what they are, to be honest with you, and what's coming up. I know there was talks of possible Overwatch one happening again, but I was like, we need something a little bit different. So I'm trying to push something a little bit different. What I would like to see is a D Live Sings event,
Mm.
but
I've actually
I'm just,
heard plenty of requests for that. People love doing karaoke streams.
dude. Besides it being that, it's like I think it would give the opportunity for, and I've noticed such a massive increase of our live performers. It would give them like more of a showcase that they deserve, in my opinion.
Mm.
I may be slightly biased because I love music, to the end of the earth, but I
Well,
do think that that would really help.
I happen to know this from a past community stream, but the CEO, he's quite the singer.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think Tidy brought that up when he was what's that event now? That might have been that now. The what are they called? Superfans event.
Mm.
Remember that? And there was Tidy and Red Jeppy, and they were talking. And Red Jeppy actually brought it up that Charles was actually an amazing singer and provided evidence and everything.
Yeah,
So
we saw the photograph of him singing. He looked
yeah,
very passionate.
we should try and get him involved, shall we?
Well,
Charles
yeah.
for karaoke.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
That could be a good thing though, because I mean, it really showed togetherness, especially because that's a good thing about D Live. The staff and everyone's involved with everyone else. And even if the CEO, just threw in like a couple of those amazing vocals that we've heard so much about, I think that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. All right, so next community event, D Live Karaoke. D Live Sings. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's push it. Let's push it.
Let's push it. Look at that. LT Zonda with the fancy warrior badge and the blue chat.
He's got too many badges, man. What's all these badges?
What's
He's got
up,
mod, he's got warrior, he's got global.
How many he has all of them. Wow, damn.
He's got them all. Look at him
Zonda
go. He just needs a staff one there now.
badged out. Yeah, Luke, when are you going to be a D Live staff member, buddy?
He's undercover. He's undercover.
All right, so this is going to be the last time I ask. If you guys have any direct questions for Fat-Headed Noob, please go ahead and start putting them into chat. We've been talking for 3 hours and 57 minutes. It's the longest fireside chat in history.
Going down in history. Going down in history.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Fathead, when you putting in a good word for me? See, Luke wants to be staff. Look at that.
You got to be a guardian first, Luke.
He's already a warrior.
Have you got the time? Has he got the time though? Global,
true.
it takes up a lot of time. Have you got time to be a staff member?
That's true. Now, I had, while Luke mentioned the UK, it triggered a question somebody asked in chat. There's been some complaints about the D-Live merchandise. I think shipping to the UK is more than the merchandise or something. There's some kind of a problem with people having to ship merchandise around the world and that being very expensive. So is there any plans?
I should use the right website, maybe.
Okay, so no, that's why I'm asking. So there is a UK website for merch and a US site.
Yep. It's pretty much go to the same thing and change it to .co.uk, I think, and that should work.
Okay.
So basically, it's just the same merch store as what we got there. So you put .co.uk instead of .com, and that should change it to UK stuff.
There you go.
In fact, I spoke to Chaotic about it because she was like, "It's going to cost me like $20 to get a mug or something." I was like, "What?" It's like, "Go to the UK site." She's like, "Oh, okay." So she went there, and there you go, problem solved.
There you go. So if you're in the UK and you're wondering why you're shipping too much, it's because you're not on the UK site. You're on the .com, which is the American site. I say English, but it's not. They're both English.
Got English, you got American English.
Right. right? British English, American English, different things. And hell, just in America, English is different depending on which state you're in, for sure.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, for sure. It's like we were talking about that the other day actually. Like I was saying that in England you can go from south to north, or vice versa if you want, and you will find probably more dialects than you would going from south to north of America. Because this is like, and they're like, well, why is that a thing? It's like, well, basically, we've been invaded by everyone, and don't forget, our empire used to be 2/3 of the world at one point. So
Right.
kind of like we kind of all got mixed into ones, I think. So we've all got different dialects. Like the way I speak is fairly posh compared to where I'm from. They use a lot of
Mm.
slang, and like to hear some of them speak, they speak very quick, and their slang, you're kind of like, whoa, what did that mean? Type thing. But then you go down south, and they speak totally different. Like you listen to Luke talk, you listen to me talk, and we're probably a couple of hours living distance from each other. You know, that's how different it can be so easily.
Mm. Well, not anymore. You're in Canada now.
Oh yeah, my accent's different to everyone's here.
Well, I'm saying you're more than a few hours drive from Luke.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Because
Could you
he's
imagine just driving over there, like oh, how's it going? Driving all
small
the way there.
problem over the ocean. So we've
Right.
been having D-Live meetups in the United States, right? We had PAX South, PAX East, PAX West. Has that happened yet?
Well, I was at PAX East. We was at PAX East. We have no plans, as far as I'm aware, of anywhere else at the moment.
Okay.
We did do one in Turkey a year or so ago. I think that was our first, and we had a Turkey meetup there. And obviously, we was at PAX East. I was actually at PAX East. I got taken there by D Live. They was like, "Do you want to go and represent us because you're a staff member?" And you know, it's going to be quite easy for me to get there because of where I'm situated. And I was like, "Sure." One of the best experiences I've ever had. I'll be honest.
Are there? I know there's a demand for it. Has there been any plans to have a UK D-Live meetup somehow or somewhere?
Uh, there's no plan.
Hmm.
Um, I really want there to be because you know, as we've been pretty much saying throughout the whole stream, is like the inclusion is an important aspect, especially
Sure.
of D Live as a community. So I'm really hoping that there's something that happens. I mean, Tide is in the UK, so maybe he can organise it. You know, he's a community head of community English, right?
Sure. And just to throw an idea out there, if a couple of you guys want to get together, there's no reason you can't anyway, right? Like you
Yeah,
don't need D Live to sponsor the event to get together with your friends.
exactly. In fact, we was discussing something called NoobCon. NoobCon, right?
I
So
get
basically,
it.
there's going to be a few of us getting together in Los Angeles. So
Nice.
that'd be a cool thing.
So
Like
Rachel was asking, will there be a D Live Con event ever?
D Life Con, probably. I mean, you think
NoobCon.
about it. Besides NoobCon, that's not official, right? An official one, quite possibly. I mean, you think about it, as D Live is growing at an exponential rate, it will be something that we will look in because we are community based and we want to make as many community events as possible.
Sure.
Um, so, of course, moving forward, I think it could definitely be a possibility of there being a D Live Con in the future. In the immediate future, probably not because we're still very small at the moment.
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I think we're probably a bit small at the moment. Um, if we were all in the same country, sure, no problem. But given that it's a worldwide platform,
Hmm.
quite difficult to travel. Yes, NoobCon. See, NoobCon's going to be a hit.
NoobCon, hashtag NoobCon. I mean,
I love it, man. That's amazing. Like, are we gonna have a D Live Con? No, we're gonna have a NoobCon.
NoobCon. I'm right. I'm going to be there on stage, just like introducing people. And first we have.
Yes, yes,
That'd be
absolutely.
great. It's going to be amazing.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to cover? I mean, I think we could just keep going, but I'd like to wrap up at some point today.
I mean, I think we've pretty much covered everything that I would want to cover. I think everyone in chat's asked what they needed to ask.
Hmm.
I'm pretty good whenever you are.
That's awesome. Okay. Well, if you guys have enjoyed yourself, by all means, smash that follow button. I do these fireside chats on a regular basis. It's based on, I can't tell you exactly what the schedule is because it's based on the availability of my guest. But if you have missed any of this fireside chat, this live podcast, or any of the rest you'd like to catch up on my YouTube channel, there are an entire list. And I don't know why the bot works sometimes and doesn't other times, but you know, it's that guy's not getting paid for that work, so we can't hate on him. Let's just
Well, we can.
that's true. Well, that's true. We can hate here. I'll just auto. It's in my about section, but there you go. There's the link to the YouTube Fireside Chats playlist. I will be uploading Fatheaded Noob's interview directly after we finish here. So there will be he'll be number 37, and the first Guardian, and the longest fireside chat. Just
Stuff.
And well, yeah, Andy's staff. I mean, we knew that. Like everybody knows that, man. No, that's awesome. Dude, I gotta tell you, I love you, brother. It's been amazing to have you be such an integral part of my time here on D Live, and you helped me when I got here. You helped me when I got partner. You've been amazing, like as a person and as a friend, and clearly as a staff member. So I just, from the community, I would just like to say thank you.
No, it's the pleasure's on mine. I like to try and help people be the best them they can be, and anything I can do in my power to help them, I will.
That's
It's
awesome.
just the way I am.
So people need help. They can message you directly through Discord, correct?
Yep.
Perfect. And again, you can message any D Live staff member or guardian through Discord, and it's encouraged if you need help. If you need to submit an actual ticket, go to the D Live website, the help center. But yeah, this has been awesome. So let me go ahead and wrap this up, Mr. Noob, and I'll be right back with you, my friend.
Okay, look.
Here. And a little bit of magic. So thank you all for being here, guys. This has been a live podcast I do. It's called Fireside Chats. Any D Live streamer is welcome on my show. We talk about streaming. We get to know them on a more personal level, and I learn stuff on the regular basis. I've learned stuff today. It's been awesome. I hope you guys have been able to pick some stuff up from this. It's going to help you enjoy your time on D Live more. Maybe explain the platform a little better. So again, wherever you are in the world, I love you. Thank you for your time. You're an incredible person. If nobody's told you that lately, and yeah, just love on yourself. It's crazy important. So I'm gonna drop you off at a friend of mine. She's been a guest here on Fireside Chats. She's an incredible human being. She's also now a global partner on the platform. Her name's Chaotic. Just another incredible human being. So I'm gonna drop a host. Let's if you'd like to follow me over there and love on her a little bit, I would appreciate it. And I'll see you for the next Fireside Chat. So aloha for now, guys. All right, so now I'm gonna hop over to, let me stop stream.